Fiscal program manager. I help with A19s, match, contracts, just anything money, just, and working from home is new. So it's good to see everybody. This is fun. So I will pass it to Annie.
Hey everyone, my name is Annie Pocklington. I'm the Program Associate for Student Support Services, which basically means everything student facing. So in the future, that'll look like 7th year services, but right now that looks like summer programming and our text campaign, and more to come on services that will be offered this fall. Happy to be here, and I'll pass it to Christina.
Hey everyone, it's Christina Winstead. I'm Assistant Director and I work with the 12th Year Campaign, all things financial aid. I'm really excited to be here, to see everybody. I wish I could see everyone in person, but and see you guys this fall at your schools. But we have some really cool virtual stuff that we're going to do. So I'm excited to be here, and it's so great to see your faces.
If this is your first Gear Up meeting, because I just see a lot of new folks here, would you mind just typing in the chat your name and what school you're with and your position there, so we can all get to know you that way? Thank you.
Hey, Marcy.
What, Kelly?
It looks like Wea may have joined us.
Oh, Wea, do you want to introduce yourself?
It looks like I'm muted. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Wei Yali. I'm the Director of College Access and Support. You know, Gear Up is one of the greatest programs that, you know, the Washington Student Achievement Council, and prior to that, is Higher Education Coordinating Board, had been involved in for 20 years, and we've helped quite a few students to attain their goals and dreams. So, you know, with the new group and new cohort, new people and new situation, and I'm hoping we'll continue the great work. Great to see everyone, and I wish we could see, you know, actually us face to face, but this is what it is. Good to see everyone.
Thank you, Wea. I wanted to also explain a few things. We are recording this presentation, and Christina, who introduced herself, is going to be the behind the scenes moderator. So if you have any technical assistance problems, she can help you with that. And also, we will be asking questions throughout the presentation. So Marcy will be looking at the chat feature, and she will be reading questions throughout today's event. Like I said, with this event, we had to kind of rethink what we were planning. And again, so like I said, Maslow sort of trumps Bloom right now. And so we wanted to really look at trauma-informed instruction and ways that we can incorporate it into our daily practices. We want to make sure that we are thinking about that when we're engaging students and families, but also when we are trying to take care of ourselves as well. And then we also wanted to showcase some of our fellow peers who had some successes this spring and summer implementing different types of remote and virtual activities. And so we will hear directly from them, and you will be able to ask questions at that time. And then we will end with some information around grant management and some new tools and resources, and that sort of wrap up.
Beth, can I just interrupt just for a second? Christina, there's someone trying to get into the meeting that can't get in. Can you check and see if you can help them, please?
I'm working on it right now.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
So We have a few housekeeping items. The first is some Zoom protocols. And again, you guys are probably much more proficient than WASAC staff. We had used different platforms in the past, so you probably already are familiar with this, but we want people to please keep themselves muted during the presentation because it will reduce the background noise, but please stay present. I know it can be easy to multitask during and get Zoom fatigue, but please try to stay present. But if you do need a break, please take one. We do have a break scheduled, a lunch break from 12 to 12:30, but if you need to excuse yourself, please just stay muted. You can turn off your camera. Feel free to use the chat feature. You can privately message each other, or you can publicly message the group. The public message will be part of the record, the private will not. I just want to encourage folks to create a safe space and give each other grace. This is new technology and people have been under a lot of stress. You can feel free to turn your camera on or off, whatever feels comfortable to you. And again, if you have any technical problems, please raise that hand icon and we will do our best to help. So as far as operating tips with Zoom, I'm no expert, but I believe if you click on participant from that view, you will get a box on the right-hand side and you can rename yourself if you need to, and you can raise your hand for help. And if you click on the chat icon, that's where you can privately message folks. And then a new item is clock hours. So the clock hour procedure, part of it remains the same, where you have to pre-register with PD Enroller through ESD 113, where we obtain our clock hours. But since this is virtual and we don't have a sign-in sheet, I will send in an affidavit and backup evidence of your attendance to ESD 113 after this. So you don't need to do anything other than pre-register and then follow the typical protocol that you normally would. So I will be sending in that documentation today. And now we are going to move into the first part of our workshop, and the focus is on trauma-informed practices. And we have a special guest, Laura Kane, and I believe Marcy is going to.
Good. All right, so I'm really excited that Laura is with us today. Some of you may have seen her at Gear Up West doing our pre-conference a couple of years ago. So she may be familiar to you, and she'll be speaking, as Beth said, on trauma-informed practices today, which is definitely her area of expertise. And for those of you that don't know the personal background, Laura and I were teaching partners in the alternative high school here in Alma, Washington. And so I was thinking back today about her interview. So we put her through a pretty rigorous process where she was interviewed actually by our students, and they were part of selecting her to be the co-teacher there with me. And she, of course, passed with flying colors, and they loved her, and she was a much beloved teacher during her time with us here. And so excited to have her back today, excited to listen to what she has to say. And thanks, Laura, for being here. And that's a beautiful picture of you on the beach, stunning. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. And like Marcy said, you know, I'm very familiar with Washington State and the Pacific Northwest and all the different regions and the context within which you guys teach. And spent many years having an awesome time teaching in Elma at the alternative high school. That was definitely the hardest interview I've ever had. Interviewed by like 25 salty teens. It was awesome though. And I since after that time recommended everyone include students in their staff interviews because that's who you're going to be working with. All right, so Beth, if you can launch the first poll, and then I will share my screen. If you want to stop sharing your screen. Yeah, we lived in Olympia for 8 years and Portland for 3 years. I'm originally from the Midwest and now I live in Los Angeles. So I've been all over the place. It's very hot here today. All right, let me share my screen. So like Marcy said, I have a background in teaching, and when we moved away from Olympia, we moved back to Wisconsin, where I'm from, and I worked at the State Department of Education there, and got a whole different range of experiences, right? I was a school improvement coach for the state, working mostly in Milwaukee urban high schools that were in school improvement grant mode and trying to do a lot of drastic reforms. And that was where I got my first training in trauma and ACEs and self-care. And for me, after having been a teacher in an alternative school for a long time, it blew my mind, completely blew my mind. I had no idea. It completely put a framework around everything I had experienced working with my students, working in the community. And it also really framed for me the reasons that the school improvement efforts that I was part of coaching in an urban city were failing, because they weren't addressing the trauma that students were experiencing outside of school. The school was in many ways recreating trauma for the students and families, and they weren't doing a very good job involving families in the process. And so all of that really shaped my views, my experience, and I moved to Los Angeles to develop trauma-informed community schools in partnership with LAUSD, and did that for about 5 years until I went into consulting directly. So now I do this work all over the country with all sorts of different kinds of schools. And for me, it'll be helpful if I can get an idea, Beth just launched the poll, of how much experience have you had with this topic, because then I can figure out how to pace what we're gonna do. And I can't, because I'm not launching the poll, I can't see, but I'm gonna answer the poll for myself. And then after a few minutes, we can share the results, but I'll start with what I have. Okay, so first, just some guiding assumptions, and I talked a little about this, but I want you to know where I'm coming from with this work, because it informs how we talk about it. So for me, it's really important that we're not fixing anyone. We're not here to fix kids, and we're not here to fix adults. We're not looking for a prescriptive, pathologizing view of how we're behaving, both as kids and adults, but we are recognizing that there are challenges and assumptions in our practices, and that we need to re-examine them. And that's why this work is deeply personal. A lot of this work, whether we're talking about anti-racism work or trauma-informed work, this is internal work where we examine our own beliefs about power and control and behavior and our own regulation, our own triggers. So it's very deeply personal work that is ongoing and never ends, because we're human. From my perspective and my long experience working in schools at many different levels, for the most part, how we currently operate induces and compounds trauma for many families, especially families living in poverty and BIPOC families. We know better. We have many fields of science and research and best practice, both in psychology and neuroscience and education, that show us how we should be doing things to meet the needs of kids. And oftentimes our structures are not set up that way. And often schools are looking for something like a program or a toolkit or the magic bullet, right? The thing that's going to fix what's going on. And it's so much more complex than that. And that's why a lot of those initiatives often fail. And so there is no checklist or program or toolkit for this work to become trauma informed. It's a paradigm shift in the way we think about how our systems operate and how we view human behavior. So just so you know, that's my lens, right? Oh, this is excellent. I'm so excited to see the results of the poll. Yay. Okay. That helps because we today might feel like this. And so more now that I know that you know more about that, we can go a little bit quicker through the basics, which is awesome. So I'll just go quickly. I love, and this comes from you guys, this comes from the Compassionate Schools book. I love this definition of trauma because it involves the community, right? It's not just an individual's inability to respond in a healthy way, but also communities experience trauma just like individuals do. So I've always used this definition when I'm talking with schools. So thanks, guys. It's really important to remember that traumatic experiences don't have to be physically present for our students. So whether we can see what's maybe triggering them or going on, it doesn't matter whether we see it physically present, they might be having an experience. And it's some degree of threat to self. They are all of a sudden feeling threatened to their self. And it's also subjective. We can't decide what's threatening for some people and what's not. And it's developmentally bound, meaning, you know, how a 5-year-old reacts is different than a 15-year-old. And it's very individualized. We're operating from this triune brain perspective that the brainstem is constantly surveying the environment and asking if we're safe. Whether it's unconscious. This is for all of us, right? Then the limbic system's asking, am I loved? Do I belong? Am I in community? Am I accepted? And then, only then can the neocortex ask what it can learn from the situation. And this happens in order. So for us, for our students, we are always trying to determine, am I safe? If they can answer yes, right? I feel safe, okay. Am I loved? Do I belong? If I answer yes, okay, then I can get to the higher order thinking skills. So this is very important to remember for our students as we're asking them to do stuff with us. This is from Bruce Perry's model, which I highly encourage you watch his, he's got these office hours during the pandemic, Dr. Bruce Perry, and I'll try to put in the link later. But this is the development of how our brain, you know, how our brain evolves and develops. And we start with like that triune brain, right? Very primitive heart rate, blood pressure, and then we can get to some regulation and emotional. And then it's not until the top that we can really get to the abstract thought that is often required in a school setting. And I picked this quote mostly because of the second part, so I'll let you read it. But that survival in the moment, I know you've all heard of like the fight, flight, freeze response, right? We all react differently when we feel a level of threat. And it happens outside of our consciousness. That's why we each have an individual way that we react. I'm a freezer, other people are fighters, right? Some people run. We all have an individual way that we instinctively react before we can try to talk ourselves out of it or think ourselves into a rational position, right? But behavioral responses are not decisions. They're made in the lower limbic system of the brain, right? So when we talk to our students, and I'm so guilty of this, right? I've thought back so many times, how many times have I said to my students, why didn't you make a better choice? You need to make better choices, right? And how many times have I used that phrase? And it wasn't until I came to really understand regulation and the nervous system and the brain and how the evolution of our thinking works, even moment to moment, that I realized that so often how their behavior was manifesting itself was not a conscious decision. And that's why we often saw so much remorse afterwards. When they did come into their higher order thinking and they could reflect, they'd be like, I would never act that way. I don't act that way, right? That was outside of my conscious moral judgment. So really thinking about how we talk about behavior when we're working with young people and adults, I would say too. Quickly, so I'm glad that you all are familiar with ACEs because I didn't bring in the like basic information about the ACE study, but I wanted to make sure that you had seen these expanded views of adverse childhood experiences. this comes from George Washington University and Wendy Ellis's group. And they built this wonderful graphic of the pair of ACEs, right? Because adversity doesn't happen in a vacuum. So when we see the leaves of the tree or the branches of the tree, really it's the roots of the tree that are causing the adversity that we are seeing coming into the building. So we're looking at communities that may be suffering from poverty, discrimination, lack of housing ability, violence. And so if we're not addressing resilience and healthy communities at the community level, our students and families are still going back out into communities that are harming them, even if we create the most amazing trauma-informed school. So this is a very systemic, holistic process where we need to partner with communities to build resilience. Similarly, this wonderful organization outside of Oakland called RISE, they're a youth organization, expanded on the traditional ACEs triangle, which you see on the left, which shows kind of that evolution. If unmitigated or unbuffered adversity continues, then it can lead to more physical health complications. They added this, again, more systemic layer on the bottom, that we have intergenerational transmission of trauma and historical trauma. And for me, working in communities of poverty, we can certainly see that acting out in front of us, right? Families in communities have histories. And structural racism and on up through the triangle, trying to expand our thinking of adversity. And then ACEs Connection expanded this a little bit more. So they have the community roots, right? The community adversity are kind of what we call like the typical, ACEs from the screening. And they also added environment and climate crisis. Because if we think about not just natural disasters, but climate change and how the environment is changing, a lot of our communities, especially high poverty communities, are experiencing environmental disasters in an uneven way that is considered now an ACE, an adversity. It's not just random. And for me, I always want to highlight that there's a big difference between ACEs and trauma, right? They're not the same thing. Significant relationships are really the pivotal buffer between the two. You can experience adversity, but if you have solid relationships in your life, it often can keep that ACE from being traumatic. If that makes sense, right? So that is the key. And I always tell organizations and schools, don't screen for ACEs unless you have the infrastructure to respond to what you find. Because I have a lot of schools that often get really excited about this, and then we're like, we want to screen all of our kids and families for ACEs. Don't do that. Because you don't have the the ability to respond. And I think if we treat this as a universal, right, we just assume that most people that we encounter have some kind of adversity, then we don't need to know their personal stories to act in an appropriate way. And that, one of the things that I think the ACE study did a really great job of highlighting for people is that ACEs are universal. So regardless of community, income, college achievement level, suburb, urban, rural, poor, rich, it's pretty much even across the spectrum. And I think that helps because it's often too easy to take something like ACE scores and say, well, that's mostly for people over there in that community, that poor community, that struggling community, but it's universal. But it's really that access to healing that's not universal. That communities are working very hard, I think, across the board to try to build more access to mental health. Okay, regulation. So we talked about briefly, right, how our emotions can get hijacked and we become dysregulated. It takes us out of our thinking brain. We go back to our limbic or primal brain, right? This happens to all of us. And when we ourselves are dysregulated, we cannot help a student regulate. And that's often what we see is students dysregulated, teacher becomes dysregulated, and they go like this. And then it becomes much more explosive than it needs to be. So we can model strategies for students. We can teach them breathing, we can teach them yoga, we can teach them all sorts of wonderful strategies on how to regulate our nervous system. But first we have to regulate ourselves. That is the very first step. And that goes back to that statement in the beginning that this work is very internal, very personal. We have to figure out and recognize. I mean, this takes so much practice, and it has for me over the last many years to, as a parent, I have 2 teenagers, right? As a colleague at work, to recognize when I'm triggered, to try to do something about it before I react, right? To take a moment to pause and let myself respond instead of reacting. And that doesn't happen naturally. So it's something when I've been able to work with schools over long periods of time, we work on that because it has to become almost like a muscle memory, a learned habit to pause, breathe, take a moment, and respond. Because, telling someone to calm down doesn't work, ever. Even though that's what I used to say, right? As a teacher, you need to calm down and make better choices. But now I have a lot more language that I'm much more informed about how I might respond to someone who's escalated in front of me. So again, this comes from Dr. Bruce Perry's work. And just another reminder that this is the process that we have to use with students, because this is the way in which we all operate in our nervous system. First, we have to regulate. Then we have to connect or relate. Then we can reason and reflect. But we cannot skip any of these steps. And when I talk with a lot of teachers, especially teachers who've had a lot of experience working with the most challenging of students, they go, oh yeah, I kind of do this. I know, like this helps put some words to it and some language and a framework, but I actually feel like I do this. And it's a helpful reminder. We call it the 3 R's. If you remember your 3 R's, it's regulate, relate, and reason. This is another helpful graphic, I think, to think about where we want to be. So this squiggly line right here is the realm of social engagement. That's where we want to keep our nervous system regulated to operate within the realm of social engagement, us and our students. This is where connection and safety and joy, curiosity, compassion, these all operate in that realm of social engagement. Learning, higher order thinking, all happen in the green zone. And it's okay to have a little bit of variation. That's normal. Good stress, you're about to take a test. There are some things that are good stress, but then we come back down and we regulate throughout the day. It's when we get hijacked and we end up in this curve, right, where we go fight, flight, or freeze. And we've seen this happen, right? And it can happen from you ask a student to take their hat off and maybe they flip a desk. They are going straight into a reaction fight mode. Or they shut down, put their hoodie over their head, face on the desk, not talking to you. They're done, right? That's the shame, shut down, freeze mode. And we have to regulate their nervous system back to the green zone to get them to a place where we can engage again. So I've always found this graphic really helpful. And I will share all these slides. You guys can have access to these. So again, it's really the initial behavior that we experience with a student that lands them in the office. In most cases, it's the teacher's reaction to that behavior that escalates the situation. It's oftentimes the reaction of the adult that turns a minor behavior into a major behavior. And this can be really hard. This is that personal internal work. Like, did I just have a power moment where I needed to, did I feel disrespected and I overreacted? Did I need to somehow, they can't get one over on me? All of these things, these go through my head. They certainly did as a teacher. And how many times have I interviewed so many principals, assistant principals, you know, that get the referrals out of the office, and they're like, you know how many kids I got sent here today because they didn't have a pencil, or because they had their hat on, or because they wouldn't put their cell phone down. Those are the things that get them like 90% of their referrals are these kind of interactions. And so we spend a lot of time doing role playing, working with staff on how to try, doesn't always work, how to try to manage these behaviors, these conversations internally. And I've seen it work many, many times, but it takes a long time. So one of the things that I always have, you know, adults reflect on is, do you know what your triggers are? I mean, this is just you know, an example list, but thinking about like what pushes your buttons, what sets you off from that reasonable, you know, conscious brain where we're up in our upper brain and we're like all good and we can make those good choices, right? What are those things that set you off where you're no longer reasonable? I can find quite a few things on these lists, you know, that do that for me. And so understanding what those are, being aware of them, practicing how to pause when that happens to me, that is my work. Like that's my internal work that I have to do so that I'm not reacting when I should be responding to someone. And I think this often, you know, this thought really came to me, especially having done so much school improvement work, right? Students are struggling academically. We give them double blocks of math. We give them double blocks of English. We scaffold, we teach, we reteach. We give them so much support. But when a child struggles with behavior, we often what? Punish. So thinking about behavior in that same way as a lagging skill. If any of you have read Ross Greene, you'll know that this is what he talks about or seen him speak. He talks about lagging skills. We have expectations, students want to meet them, but they can't. They have a lagging skill, and that frustration, that gap in between often results in outward behavior or sometimes inward behavior. But really we need to treat these struggles with behavior as lagging skills, just like we do academics. And that's where SEL comes in. Some really great trauma-informed SEL programs do a wonderful job of working on this, especially with, you know, young kids, in my experience. This is just another way I've tried to help identify this paradigm shift that I've seen in attitudes in adults, right, in schools. So on the left, I call it the uninformed view, right? The student's acting out, we have all of these ways of thinking about them and talking about them. It's willful defiance, they're uncontrollable, they're choosing to be disruptive and disrespectful. They have some problems, they need consequences, or they need an evaluation from our special ed team. What we're looking for with all of the new neuroscience that we have, all of this new research that informs our view, is that this student or adult, right, is having a maladaptive response. It's not appropriate. It doesn't mean it's okay, but it's a maladaptive response. They're seeking to get their needs met. They're having difficulty regulating themselves. They lack the necessary skills to do it appropriately. They often have a negative view of the world in terms that, you know, a lot of adults can't be trusted, and that the trauma response was triggered by something in the room or in the environment, and that they need, instead of punishment or an evaluation, they need to learn to regulate their emotions and have scaffolding and support. So that's a big paradigm shift for a lot of people. It wasn't how we were trained as teachers. It hasn't been our experience. This was in one of the books that I read on trauma early in the beginning. And I felt like that was a good metaphor, that we're trying to reach students when their brains are in chaos. A bit about where we are now, right? So the pandemic has created a whole new level to this work for all of us. And we are experiencing collective trauma. We are all going through trauma. And in some ways it's been very interesting because I've spent the whole summer talking with schools and staff that feel like they have a window now to talk about this in their school buildings where they may not have had an open ear before, but because now we have all experienced some kind of cumulative trauma, people have there's like someone called it an empathy window. And I was like, yeah, you're right. They're like, all of a sudden staff are willing to listen. You know, a school counselor or someone who was already an advocate for this work wasn't getting any traction before. And now people are like, oh, wow, okay, I've experienced, you know, I have now more empathy and willingness to listen to this work. So just a reminder that we are all kind of in this, we're not in the same boats, but we're certainly in the same ocean together. And I found this helpful, again, just for myself personally, that, you know, in the beginning in March, we were kind of in stage 1, right? There was sort of, well, so maybe it took us a couple of weeks to get to this focused intensity reaction to this crisis. And then we had some kind of regression where we were like, oh my God, I don't know, this is uncertain. I can't deal with this uncertainty. I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm not productive. And then we kind of begin to go into this recovery, we reorient, and that's where I feel like we are now. We're kind of in this recovery, but we slipped back into the regressive mode too, which is totally normal. And these are all very normal reactions to a totally abnormal situation. So a lot of grace for all the adults around me, the staff where my kids go to school. If they don't know what's going on, it's okay. I'm not mad at them. Like, they're doing the best they can. They're planning the best they can. If people at my colleagues aren't being as productive as they usually are, that's okay. We have to be where we are in this together. Okay. In terms of your own buildings and practices, using the trauma-informed care 6 principles framework is what I find most helpful to communicate to staff that there is no checklist, there is no easy toolkit, right? But we use these 6 principles as a framework to guide us in whether our practices in our building are trauma-informed. So is what we're doing creating safety, promoting trustworthiness, allowing for peer support and collaboration? Are we supporting empowerment? And do we have an awareness of cultural, historical, and gender issues in our school? I'm just gonna give you a couple examples, and then I'm gonna have you take a quick poll. So are we intentionally cultivating conditions that create a felt sense of safety? Remember, safety is the most important thing. Think about the levels of the brain, right? Are we cultivating safety? Specifically around building resilient trauma-informed school environments. Are we being transparent and building trust? So like I said, I am fine if my school district doesn't know exactly what they're doing, but they're telling me that. They're like, we don't really know what's going on yet. We'll do the best we can. I trust them to follow through with that because they're being very transparent and including students and staff and creating the expectations and norms for behavior. Holding space for grief and discomfort. It's so important right now as we come back into our buildings. We are all coming in with all of this stuff, adults and kids, right, of what we just experienced since March. If we don't hold space for storytelling, for sharing of stories, for witnessing of grief and discomfort, we are going to be completely disrailed in our efforts. So that to me is huge right now. We have to figure out a way to process and help people hold space for grief and discomfort. Collaboration, you know, the kinds of leadership that we practice in a building can be trauma-informed or not trauma-informed. So if we're using distributive and adaptive leadership, servant leadership styles, those are trauma-informed because they create safety, promote trust, etc. So thinking about this in that way of how these are all connected. Do we prioritize awareness of cultural, historical, and gender issues in our school? Do we have a culturally responsive pedagogy? Do we use curriculum that shows everybody that's there, right? That is representative and authentic? And are we creating, authentic creative ways to acknowledge all the family cultures and recognizing that the knowledge people bring in is valid? Peer support. Do we prioritize school employee wellness? Do we have safe, calm spaces for staff to recharge? Is it okay to not be okay? Are we aware, is our staff okay asking for help? Do we have a buddy system? There's all of these systems that we can put in place that are very intentional and make it obvious that we really support school employee wellness. And that's I could do a whole nother hour just on self-care and wellness. And empowerment. Student voice is such a huge part of being trauma-informed. Are we celebrating youth voice? Are we including students in our leadership teams when it's developmentally appropriate? Are we giving them choices about what they learn, how they learn, the ways they learn? Are we, this makes them feel safe and heard and trusted. So again, thinking about these 6 pillars as connected. So poll time, if we can launch the next poll. I'd like to know from you guys, thinking about it this way and thinking about the buildings that you're in, which one do you think your school does best? And which areas do you think you need the most focus on? So we'll just leave that up for a minute. And I'm just gonna put, again, because I'm really adverse to trying to put together, prescriptive lists, I'm trying to give you examples of practices in schools that I've seen that are trauma informed that people often don't think of. When I put this list up, people are like, oh, those are all really good research-based practices. Yes, exactly. We know what to do, but our structures aren't set up necessarily to let that happen. But are we using student-led conferencing? Are we reconsidering how we grade? Are we trying to use as much experiential learning as possible? Are we using restorative justice practices in our discipline? School discipline is a whole nother topic in terms of being trauma-informed. How are we thinking about that? Do we have empowered staff? Are we using project-based learning is such a great way to allow for student voice and choice and empowerment and be a trauma-informed environment. Do we have wraparound supports? Is our MTSS system functioning, right? Fully, are we getting students and families access to the supports that they need? This came from the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, again, just trying to give you some practical ideas without being prescriptive around how we behave in a trauma-informed way in a classroom. All right, let's look at your poll. Interesting. I'm glad to see that safety is the biggest, because like we said, that is the most important. And I want to make a distinction too. This is complex, but safety is not just the absence of threat. So safety, some might think that having a school resource officer and metal detectors in their building connotes a sense of safety. But what we know about the nervous system is that often those things are not cues of safety, those things are cues of threat. For many students, right? And a lot of times it depends on what kind of neighborhood you grew up in and what your experience with the police has been, but particularly for Black and brown students, the existence or appearance of metal detectors and school resource officers is an immediate nervous system cue of threat, which sends them into that dysregulation that we talked about unconsciously. It doesn't make them feel safe. So when we're talking about safety, we're talking about a felt sense of safety, not things that we often think of, things that keep us safe. And just, yeah, we can talk about that more if you want, but it's really important to understand the difference. And areas of focus, trust and transparency, also not surprising. I've done this exercise. We usually have butcher paper and we go up around the room and we write down all of our practices and we do a gallery walk and etc. That's hard to do on Zoom. So, but this is often the result where buildings full of adults struggle with collaboration, trust, and transparency with each other. And it's often the areas that they want to focus on the most.
Laura, can I pause you here for just a moment for a question?
Yes.
So there's a lot of interest in the idea of making space for grief and sharing and stories. And I believe at this point, almost all of our schools are going to be reopening with remote instruction.
Yep.
A handful will have a hybrid model where students might be in the building part of the time, but for the most part, they are going to be remote. So do you have any specific ideas about how our Gear Up folks who, you know, won't have their own classrooms necessarily, but how they might create that space in a virtual environment?
Yeah, I think it is tricky in virtual more because you have to establish the relationships first. And if you already have the relationships from last year, great, that puts you way ahead. But giving students opportunities to journal about, and you can ask pretty, maybe not scary questions, like tell me what the last month was like for you, or tell me something significant that happened to you since March. Or, you know, you can leave it kind of open-ended, but giving students chances to journal, and they can be anonymous or they can turn them in. You can give them the option to share it. And I think for staff, it's as important for them to do this too. So if not more important, right? We talked about this, right? Adult regulation, adult self-care has to come first before we can be there for kids. And so creating space in the beginning, even before students come back, to do the same thing with staff. What was this like for you? How are you feeling about coming back? What are you scared about? What are you hopeful about? Asking open-ended questions. And if you're not particularly skilled or don't feel like you're the person to lead that, reach out to a counselor in your school or someone who is natural at leading those. It may not be your counselor, but you all know, like, you know, that person who's good about having those difficult conversations or, you know, leading discussions like that with comfort. Find that person and have them help you make space for that. And if you do it with staff, sometimes people might not participate. They might just listen if you're on a Zoom, but it gives space for those that need to share that witnessing, that public witnessing of grief is so important and cathartic in terms of processing our grief. I mean, think about how we process grief, right? We need to have rituals and processes to help us through the process. This is no different. So I think all it takes is intention and time and space to do this with both students and staff. It's really the most important thing when we go back. How do you create a safe space when things might be perceived as political? That is the great question. Yeah, I tend to just kind of go forward with, right? I create norms, you know, I try to create a safe space, but I also don't shy away from what needs to be talked about. And that takes, you know, levels of comfort and trust, I guess, too. Yeah, Marcy.
I was just going to say can you read Adrienne's question about a screening tool?
Hold on. Okay, yes, actually I do have. So someone I work with, I'll stay on after I'm done and I'll look up the link and share it in the chat. She has developed surveys for parents, teachers, high school, middle school, and elementary school students to see how they're feeling and what their struggles they're experiencing and what they need to feel safe. They're great surveys. They're free and they're online. So I'll share that link with all of you. That's a great question. I totally forgot about that. That's a good thing to share. Absolutely. All right, how much more time do I have? Woo, running out of time. All right, I'm gonna go quick. Okay, So that's been up. You've seen that relationships are important. Really, it comes down to us, what we do internally with our own work, and how we relate and build relationships with our students. There's no magic wand. I want to say a little bit about managing transitions. This is going to be very brief, but this is one of my favorite books, and it was written for business, but it really is about the psychology of change that happens in any organization. And one of the, I pulled out some of like the key nuggets that really stuck with me, that when we're asking for these big paradigm shifts to happen, we're transitioning from one way of doing things to a new way of doing things. And that means endings for some people. And that means change, and that means resistance, right? The process of letting go, that's what people resist. It's not always the change itself, it's that internal experience of, I'm unsure, do I know what's gonna happen next? Can I do it? Do I have the skills? Am I gonna feel like I'm ineffective? Am I gonna be disrespected? There's all this unknown, and it's that resistance that causes the challenges that we face. And like we were saying, if we suppress the feelings and push people to get over them with that kind of like toxic positivity, we're like, it'll be great, just go forward, it'll be fine, and we don't process, then we'll be handicapped with people who've never mended, right? Hurt people. And they can derail any initiative, no matter how good our intentions are, without good process and processing this transition as grieving, and people are letting go of something. They're frightened, they're depressed, they're confused, they're angry, they're gonna cross their arms. Well, I don't know why I have to do this. Who said, who made the decision? So it's not the changes themselves, it's the loss and endings that they're experiencing. So you have to be very open and talk about transition with them. If they don't understand the transition, they're gonna blame this change, becoming trauma-informed or restorative justice or whatever it is that you're doing, for the feelings that they're experiencing. And I've seen it happen over and over and over. So when I read this book, I was like, that's what's been happening with staff in front of me all these years. So a couple quick, real practical tools and things you can do. So use your team to evaluate all of the alphabet soup that's already going on in your school, right? We all have these things going on. And using that umbrella of the 6 pillars, figuring out, are you doing things that are already promoting safety, connection, regulation, relationships, and resilience? What are those things? And if they're doing that, then they align with being trauma-informed. We don't have to throw out the entire bathwater, right? We're building our strengths. I'm going to show you 2 tools, and I provided the links because they're not always easy to find. One is from Wisconsin, and it gives you a policy tool to evaluate every policy that you have based on the 6 pillars. And it has you come up with evidence. Why is it working? Why is it not working? And then you can have to have some tough conversations about things you have to stop doing if they're doing harm. And Oregon, Trauma-Informed Oregon, if you don't know them as a resource, they're amazing. Your neighbors, they've done a great job. So they have standards of practice for trauma-informed care in an educational setting. If you want to think about like, what does it mean to be a trauma-informed school? So this is what that Wisconsin tool looks like, the policy review tool. And this is the Oregon standards of practice. You can download them and dive in with your teams. I highly recommend it. So just a second to pause and reflect before we end. Since the pandemic, in what ways have we begun to reimagine or redesign education, or been asked to think about it, right? How many articles and blog posts have you read about this? And how do these practices align with becoming a trauma-responsive school? So thinking about how quickly we ended standardized testing, how quickly we ended grading, things that were never part of the conversation before, never there was an opening to have this conversation before. At least for me, I felt like I was always screaming into the wind about those things, right? But now there's a little bit of this kind of like the empathy window, right, around trauma and grief. We have an opening to think about things in a different way from my perspective. So I just wanted you to reflect on that for yourself as well, and feel free to comment.
Looks like people are really excited about the toolkit or the.
Yeah, they're great tools.
Yeah, yeah.
Such great tools. I can't even tell you. So really just reinforcing these key points, right? That we prioritize regulation, relationship, and community. Relationships over rigor, connection before correction, making space for sharing our stories and our grief together, leaning on each other. This is a whole school universal approach. So becoming a trauma-informed school is how we do our budget. Budgets are moral documents. Show me a school's budget and I can tell you what they prioritize, right? How do we do our hiring? Do we ask questions when we're hiring people to determine how they are building relationships with kids and how they prioritize that? Thinking about how we staff our schools. Is everyone trained? Your staff, you know, your cafeteria, your bus drivers, your teachers, everybody is on board with this. This isn't just for kids who experience trauma. This is for everybody. And then making policies proximate to the pain. So if we make our policies closest to those that the benefit most vulnerable students, everybody will benefit. So thinking about, are all of our policies most proximate to the pain that our families are experiencing? And then huge empathy and support for staff, just so much, so much empathy and support for all of our adults, because this is such hard work. And this is more of a tool. We're not going to do this, but I left this in there because I know you're going to get the slides. And this is a process that I've done with staff. And you could do this on Zoom. I usually do it with butcher paper in a big room. But asking ourselves these questions, these reflective questions, you know, what are the challenges we face? What can we be more intentional about? And what excites us? What are we going to keep doing? And having a big group, this is just another protocol and process to help start the conversation. I use a lot of processes from the School Reform Initiative. They have free protocols out there. They're amazing. This is one, the green light, yellow, red light is one of their protocols. I stole it. You know, I'm not developing this on my own. So I encourage you to incorporate these into your staff development. And again, this is the lens through which we view our entire system. It's not a thing that we do. It is who we become. That's that. And then questions. And I'm going to stick around for a while too. I'm going to put, oh, I know. One thing I'm going to put in the chat right now. So one of my other hats is working with ACES Connection, a virtual platform, on all of their education related work. And one of the things I do is every Thursday, I host like a show. It became a thing. People wanted to keep doing it. So every Thursday we get together on Zoom and we talk about different topics in reimagining education. And I have special guests, sometimes I don't, but we use breakout rooms. And anyway, this week, I'm really excited to have two guests that are going to talk about creating cultures of wellness and self-care for adults. They're amazing. So I'm putting the link in there. You can just go to that blog post and register for the Zoom. It's free and it's on Thursday at noon. So please come join us and learn more about creating cultures of wellness in your building. But like I said, I'm going to stick around. So if you have more questions later, I will be here.
And Laura is going to be able to provide a follow-up webinar in September that we have planned, because we wanted you to have a chance to try to implement some things and see how the school year was actually starting before we did follow up on this subject. We wanted you to get your feet wet a little bit. And so we will be offering a webinar and possible future technical assistance.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And we could do a whole hour just around self-care. All of these topics that I talked about today can be a whole hour or two on their own. That's why, hence the fire hose image, right? This was just an overview, but we can go deep into any of these subjects that seem most relevant to you. I'm totally open to any of it.
Yeah. So we will keep you posted on our follow-up with Laura, but I just want to say thank you. That was an incredible presentation, and I really feel like it feels more relevant than ever, again, because of this collective trauma that we've all gone through. I do think of it as an opportunity to kind of reassess not just education, but there's a lot of things that can be improved, and this is showcasing how we can, you know, do things better and serve more people. Let's see, do we have any follow-up questions?
Nope, we're good. I think everything's been addressed.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move on. I'm going to share my screen again. Hopefully I don't mess this up. Okay. Does everybody see practitioner spotlights? Yay! Yes. Thank you. So as I said, you know, we wanted to rethink what you need at this moment to help get you started this fall. And so we really wanted to showcase some practitioners that had some successes in the spring and summer with providing virtual and remote support to students and families. And so we are very grateful that your peers are willing to share. And so we are going to look at, before lunch, we're going to look at 4 topics: virtual math, Google Classroom, family and student engagement, and virtual admissions and financial aid events and support. So with that, we are going to kick it off, and I'm going to stop sharing, and we are going to have Jerry and Faith from Aberdeen talk about their virtual math support.
Okay, thanks, Beth, and good morning, everybody. First of all, Beth, I want to thank you for having me follow Laura. That was real nice of you. I don't know if I can live up to that. First of all, I'm going to do this in 3 time frames from when we started, when we got out of school. And I'd like to start by saying we're in a trimester system. So we were only in the 3rd day of the trimester when we were told we were going to close. So a lot of the teachers hadn't even seen some of their students who had quit coming to school by that point. What we were told is that we had to give everybody the same kind of work, and it would be review only. So at that time, the tools we had were email, Google Classroom. They set up a remind system for our kids in our class. And then we spent that Friday that we were told we were going to be getting out of school, making packets of materials for kids. I went through my files, through other teachers' files, spent a lot of time down in the print shop and trying to put together something kids could work on when we sent them home. We also set up review assignments and we had 3 classes I worked with primarily, or 3 types of classes: algebra readiness, algebra, and geometry. We used Google Classroom and the Math XL program. That's something we used in our classes, so all the kids had that. And I also say that all kids had computers, so those kids that didn't have internet access at home could pick up packets when they came to get their lunches every day. And we had those set up at playfields and schools around the district. During that first 3 weeks or so up until spring vacation, students would occasionally send me, they'd email the problems. They'd copy them, email them to me. I would make notes and corrections and then email them back to them. But that's about the only communication I had. The other thing I did, though, is I did an email every day. Now, I've been on my kids for 3 years now about learning their basic math facts. I give them multiplication charts. I'm always, they know, they get tired of hearing it from me. So what I did is I sent an email every day, and I put 4 basic math facts in it: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, a number pattern, and then also a math riddle. And then the next day I would give them the answers to those and give them 4 new ones. And then I also had a message that I gave them every day, something about how to do things during their stay at home, some tips on staying healthy and all of those kinds of things. So that took us until spring vacation around April 3rd. And this really relates to what Laura was saying. There's some things that I observed during this time, just getting feedback from kids. I mentioned the packets. Some kids who didn't work well in class, all of a sudden were doing their assignments. And when I talked to them about that, they said just what Laura was saying, that in class, they couldn't focus. They were dealing with all of what they call their drama or trauma, really is what it was. And at home, they didn't have all those other distractions. So kids that told me they couldn't do the math in class were now doing the assignments and turning them in. We also had a no harm grading protocol. So a lot of the kids, once they realized that they were going to get a passing grade no matter how little they did, they quit engaging. So we were lucky if we had 30% in a lot of those classes, even checking in with us. At the end of that period, just before spring vacation, we found out that we're going to have to change our grading system, and most districts had to do this. So our district adopted the ABC incomplete grading system. And that was mainly because algebra, geometry, and English classes are standards-based classes. We're going to test those next year in Smarter Balanced. And so we needed to provide more instruction on those things that we hadn't covered yet. So we changed the whole math program to, first of all, completing the review assignments that we'd already given them in Math XL. And then we added in algebra, we added 2 more chapters that we're going to work on. That was basically quadratic formulas and trig functions and Pythagorean theorem. And then we added 3 more chapters in the geometry classes. The teachers then made videos for each one. And on Mondays, we had a regular class schedule with Zoom meetings where teachers would do instruction on Mondays. Unfortunately, not all teachers either had internet capability or just weren't familiar with Zoom, so they just stuck with the Google Classroom format. We had math department meetings every Tuesday to discuss what we'd done and plan the assignments for the next week. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we did Zoom help sessions for the 3 different levels of math. And Faith also set up a Gear Up class meeting every Wednesday afternoon so we could touch base with the kids that way. The teachers made me a co-host. They also gave me a co-teacher capability with Google Classroom, so at least I could see what kids were turning in some assignments, but I didn't have a lot of the grading information or anything else. As co-host, I found a couple of things. One, I could help, just like Marcy's assisting with the chat room, I could do that. I could admit kids, but also since the 2 teachers I worked with most had young children at home, they were often interrupted right in the middle of a lesson. So just as I do in the classroom, when they have to leave, I just picked up even the middle of a problem sometimes and just continued the lesson until they got back. And so because I built that co-teach relationship in the classroom, that worked real well for us. The other thing we did is I set up a lot of individual Zoom help sessions by arrangement. I'd schedule with kids so that they could get that individual attention they needed. The tools I used there were the Zoom whiteboard, the Zoom annotate tool, and then I could either present a lesson if they needed instruction on that, or most of the time I would have the student share their Math XL assignment, and then I could go over that and write right on their screen. And I was able to work problem by problem. So one of the things this allowed me to do is help those kids, and we'd set a 60% level. Most of the time we asked kids to do 80%, but we did 60% so they could get through those review assignments from chapters 1 through 8. But they'd get stuck in a problem and keep doing it over and over and get frustrated, and they were spending a lot of time just spinning their wheels. So I would go through it with them problem by problem, let them do it, but I'd always ask them some questions before they submitted their answer about, is this what the question asked? Is the answer in the right format? And give them those clues so that they would not miss the problems and they'd be able to finish their assignments a lot more quickly that way. The other thing I did, I had one student I remember that was involved with music programs, and she had a tight schedule, so we didn't finish that. It was actually our last section. So what I did is I recorded a Zoom video and then emailed it to her so she could review that before she took the quiz in that section. She passed, not as high grade as I'd like her to have, but she at least did pass that. The other thing I found, and this is one of the things I really enjoyed about doing the individual Zoom sessions, and this goes back to, I think, what Laura was saying. when you do it that way, you can really address individual needs, where they are in terms of their understanding of the math, all of those situal time of day things. We had kids that were taking care of younger siblings, had to do some things for their parents. A lot of times I'd have to change schedule and they say, Mom just called, I have to do this. And I said, okay, send me an email and we'll get back online later and we'll keep going that way. So meeting the needs of those kids at home is going to be something we haven't addressed when we just have them in the classroom. Schedules, I worked a lot even on Saturdays and Sundays with kids because that's when they were available and they felt like working. The other thing, and this is one that's really important to me, and it's what I call the Gear Up advantage. Because I've been with those kids in 7th and 8th grade, and I was with them, if not every day, at least every other day, and I got to see their teachers and teachers I've known well for a long time and know how they teach and what the kids had done, I was able then to make connections for those kids with what we were doing now instead of just memorizing a new formula that they didn't understand at all. So one of my favorite things that I think I've done is being able to work one-on-one over extended periods of time with kids in the classroom. When we first started this format, one of the questions I got more from kids than about the math was, where do they log in? What are they supposed to be doing? Which textbook are they supposed to use? Because they had all of these resources available to them, but didn't often know which one to access. That's one of the reasons next year we're going to a Canvas format in the district so that everybody, including parents, will have one format to look at, one place to go for each class. The buttons will be there for them to click on whatever resource they need, and they don't have to go hunt for them. I found also kids talk to me when we had those Monday lessons. There were kids that just couldn't keep up with the pace of the Zoom lesson. That was pretty much what we do in the classroom, but they didn't have the opportunity to stop and ask questions and do some of the things we normally do. And even in the classroom, some kids can't keep up. So that was one of the things they were telling me, is that they couldn't keep up with that pace. The district also required that we had 2 staff members for liability reasons when we did individual sessions with kids. And Faith filled in a lot with me when I didn't have a teacher available. And then when I started doing more like evenings or weekends, I would have to call parents to get parent permission. And I found that was a great resource. First of all, I had parents who would encourage their kids. And by encourage, I mean, when I talked to the parent, they didn't know that that student had a math assignment to do. They'd say, go get your math, Mr. Salstrom's online, we're going to do it right now. Or if the parent was at work, they'd call home and say, Mr. Salstrom sends you a Zoom invitation, go work on your math. So that helped a lot in terms of getting more engagement from kids. The other thing I learned from parents, though, is that they really don't know what the requirements are for the kids, not just the math itself, but what math classes they're supposed to take, what they need for graduation requirements. I had parents asking, could my student take a lower level class because they're struggling? But algebra is required, they have to take that class. So there's a lot we need to do, I think, with parents to inform them about what the requirements are, both for graduation and the sequence for getting through math and all their other classes too. And I told one of the teachers I worked with was a first-year teacher, so I did a lot of team teaching with her, and I'd worked with her last year in summer school and then again this year. And I told her, I said, wait till the last 2 weeks of school. Just like we normally do, the kids come in and say, what can I do to improve my grade? So we had lots of people with requests. And of course, our answer was, you just have to finish all of your assignments. Everything's the same for everybody. So start working on that. And that's when I had many more sessions. We followed that up then with summer school. And in summer school, we limited it to just those students that had incompletes in the required classes, algebra, geometry, and English. And the only assignments they had, it was nothing new. They simply had to finish those review assignments and then the new assignments that we did with instruction and take the quizzes on those. So I was working a lot of hours. Those sessions usually lasted anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. I've had students that I thought, okay, you tired now? You went, no, I want to keep going. I want to get this all done. So we'd work for 3 straight hours. I had kids that worked 3 or 4 days in a row for an hour apiece until they got everything done. And that was fine with me as long as we got that done. In the end, we had several students that didn't finish the course, and now we have that issue of what do we do with them next year. I think they're going on to geometry, but I'm still worried about making sure that I can backfill those skills before they take the Smarter Balance test next spring. So we've got a lot of work to do with those kids that didn't engage and haven't completed all of those required assignments. Am I in 10 minutes yet or not? I try to get through it quickly knowing we have time constraints here. So
Yeah, I think
Faith,
we're
do you want
probably
to add
really close
anything?
to the 10.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Jerry has been absolutely amazing. I just want to reiterate what Jerry said, is that he really did work almost like 24/7. He was working on evenings and weekends, and he would Zoom with students between an hour to 3 hours sessions, which was just, it's just Jerry. Jerry's just amazing. We did, like Jerry mentioned, we did have some issues with the Zoom classes on Mondays, students not showing up, sleeping through Zoom, telling parents that they were Zooming, but actually weren't. So coming up some of our challenges and goals for this coming fall are basically, getting students to realize this is the real deal. They have to attend. They have to attend their classes. They have to submit their assignments. So we'll be doing a lot of communication in regards to that. We already started actually this week getting the information out. And we'll also be contacting parents and guardians, just saying, what can we do to help you? Because it all trickles down, obviously. If we can help the parent, the grandparent, the guardian, it trickles down to the student. So how can we help them understand what needs to be done? So that's what we'll be tackling in the next month. So anyway, but kudos to Jerry. He did an amazing job with the students.
No, thanks, Faith. And one of the things that what Laura was talking about there is really the key is building relationships with kids and knowing them for 3 years. That's what I love about Gear Up. They really become your kids, and once you can build that trust, you can get them, to have a little more confidence in what their abilities are. I even got emails this morning from students that didn't understand the letter they got from the district about what they have to do to come to school and pick up their materials and everything. So I hear from them all summer long, even though we're done with the math part. I think it's those relationships that are going to help them be successful.
Thank you,
Jerry. Sorry, Beth. I was just going to say there aren't any questions, Jerry, but I think you should probably go into the comments and read all the wonderful things that folks are saying. And there's a lot of appreciation for what you've done and what you've shared.
Well, thank you. We all do it for the kids, right?
Yeah, you get lots of love over here. Thank you, Jerry, for sharing all of your efforts. And yeah, you did a good job following Laura. And nothing to sneeze at.
I'd like to talk to her some more, because those are all really issues that Faith and I talk about every day at school. And that's what we deal with more than the math. We deal with those kinds of issues.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, we have to move on to our next topic. So I'm going to
stop share here. And okay.
Yep. Thank you again. Yes, you should read the chat box. I think you got a standing ovation, a virtual standing ovation. We are going to now talk to Aisha, who has some experience managing Google Classrooms. Aisha.
Hi, everyone.
She's from North
I'm going to share with you guys our North Beach Google Classroom page. I should say I am in no means a Google expert. This was the first time that to use it. Let's see. Right there. So when we were required to stay home, I was trying to think of a way to kind of still keep our kiddos engaged. And so it looked like all of our teachers were using Google Classroom. So I figured I'd use the same platform since it seemed like the kids were already familiar with it. And I try to just think of the topics that I discuss when we're actually in school, and provide that information. And of course, because when we initially left school, it kind of gave the impression like the kids didn't have to do anything. So participation was very low. We struggled really bad with participation. So some of the things that we're going to do for this upcoming year is we're going to be remote, and we've built in like an advisory or homeroom period. And so I'm going to push into those periods to go over Gear Up topics with kids when I'm not helping students one-on-one. So some of the topics that I created in here are just kind of like an introduction to Gear Up. Parents are also included in this year, so parents will also receive the code to log into the classroom. And we just added like our Gear Up.
Aisha, is there a way you can make what's on your screen any bigger?
Bigger?
Mm-hmm. Or is it kind of a set size? That's a little better, thank you.
Is that better?
It is, thank you.
Okay. So information under there is just some information about Gear Up, North Beach. Some of the information that you can find on the Gear Up page is there. And also, you know, some of our materials that we hand out here in school are there. And so some of the other topics are the high school and beyond plan. And again, we just provided some general information and a link directly to My School Data. That's who we use for our high school and beyond plan. And just information for the students and parents. We have information on Running Start, links to the application, the verification form that you need to turn in, the waiver for books, and all that information. I just wanted to make it easy for students to find the information and not necessarily have to go looking for it on that organization's website. We also work with Grace Harbor Youth Works. And so they were really awesome this summer in doing job shadows and internship videos. So I would upload their videos onto our page so that students could do a virtual job shadow. And then also their application for their organization, if students are interested in interning with them, and all that information is also on here. This is something that I'm adding for this upcoming year, which is financial literacy. And I found a free online program through Future Smart. And so they have an online program that you can use and the kids can log into to do some financial literacy work. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then we also had the virtual college tours. And I'm still continuously adding to this. But kids were able to just log in and do a virtual tour, and I had to pre-screen the videos because some of them, even though they say college tours, are not very student friendly. So you might want to watch out for that. But I tried to put as many videos as I could find to cover like different areas, like maybe coming from a student's or a peer's perspective, and then like an official video. And so
Aisha, folks want to know if they can access the virtual tour videos, the job shadow videos. Are those openly available? And I know Annie and Beth are going to talk about virtual tours or virtual visits a little bit later, but are those things that you just found publicly available?
Yeah, Grace Harbor Youth Works has a YouTube page. So if you just go to their YouTube page, then you can pull the links right off.
All right.
They do live sessions. If anybody wants that information, I can forward the information for the live sessions. They do a session once a week, and then afterwards, within like 2 to 3 weeks, they usually will upload it onto their YouTube page.
How hard was it for you to use Google Classroom? This, you said, was the first time you had done it, because you look like a web designer to me. I mean,
I watched a lot of YouTube videos and asked some colleagues for help and just read the tutorials that Google offers. And in the beginning, it was not this neat and things didn't.
it's robust. It is really robust.
But apparently you can do way more than Google with Google that I'm learning. Some of our staff have like little Bitmojis and little fancy backgrounds and papers, and I'm not there yet though.
Aisha, there's another question about participation. So is there a way for you to track, for example, who did the virtual visit to Eastern Washington University?
On here that I found, no. So my plan for this year is to add questions in that students have to respond to. That way I can know who did it based on the responses to the questions.
Great plan.
So some of the other topics, of course, are financial aid. And I just found like videos that were relative, that related to financial aid and things specific to Washington, and added that in there, and the links for the FAFSA. So again, students could just go directly there. I also had the scholarships, and I was listing those. Thank you, Beth, for our bulletin, because that helped a lot. And so I would just kind of copy and paste it into these. And so as they passed, then I would delete them off. And then we have the Ready, Set, Grad information, career exploration, and on here just talked about like resumes and internships and volunteering. The Career Bridge assessment link is on here. We have military, so military pathways, the March to Success, if students wanted to practice for the ASVAB is on here. I'm gonna also be adding a testing section that covers like the SAT and the AccuPlacer and things like that. I found some videos on YouTube with Gear Up success stories, so I put those on there. I figured it would help students get like a better idea about Gear Up and how it could help you. And then I really like this guy, Jeremy Anderson is a motivational speaker, and so he has this whole little series that he does. It's like a gazillion videos. But he covers different topics as it relates to kids, and I think he did a really good job. So then I was putting those on, adding a new one like every day for kids to watch. And so I did get a lot of kids that emailed or contacted me and said they really liked watching the motivational videos. And so,
Aisha, folks want to know if they can access your Gear Up classroom so they can steal your stuff. Is that possible?
I can send a link if you guys email me. I can send you the link so you can get in there.
That'd be great. Yeah, if you want to paste
for ideas, if anyone has topics they think I should add, or
you're getting a lot of good chat. You should scroll through when you are done. You should read the chat logs. I feel like I need to cut you off because I feel like Marcy's gonna hire you and fire me. I feel in danger of losing my job. Made me obsolete. This is great. Yeah, we do have some feedback that yeah, people would like to get the link from you. So That's great.
I'll put the invite link in the chat.
Just don't track their participation, okay? You don't need to put that in the portal.
Great.
Yeah, and that is about it.
Any other questions? You also get a virtual round of applause. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you, guys. Let me
That's
stop
amazing.
sharing my screen.
That is amazing. What a great job. Let me just double check the time. I wanted to check in with folks. We are a few minutes behind, and so I wanted to present an option of doing one more practitioner spotlight, which would be Aaliyah from Spokane, and then having lunch around noon, and then moving Christina Winstead to after lunch so that we would still keep on schedule, or we could do the 2 spotlights and have a slightly later lunch. First option? Okay, I will make that happen. And so with that, Aaliyah, if you feel ready, I will have you share your screen to talk about family and student engagement.
Awesome. I can be pretty fast too. So
oh, you
that
you do you.
Okay. Okay, can you guys see that? I just want to start by saying my building is pretty hard to get staff and just student and family participation in anything that includes sports, that includes dances, anything related to ASB. And so kind of this whole virtual thing, I was like, oh, this is going to be a struggle. So I don't have all the answers, but here are some things that worked for us at Shadle in terms of getting kids to engage. The first thing that I kind of noticed when we did this is that kids really didn't know how to navigate Blackboard and Teams, and teachers were doing things on different platforms. And so, oh no, sorry, I don't know how to work my computer. Okay, so what I did is I created, just a student let me log into their account, and I just created like a tutorial. This is just a quick version of it, but I recorded my clicks of how I got into access their account, how it, depending on if they were using Teams, what I clicked to get to their certain assignments and where I would save that in their OneDrive. And so this is something that we'll do again, knowing that we're all on one platform this year or going into next year. And so we'll do it again with Teams, and we'll send that out for families and students so that they can go back to it and refer to it if they need to. I used what was called mouserecorder.com, but also Macro Recorder is a good website as well to help record your clicks. Another thing that was really beneficial is just, it was called Appointee, but it was just for virtual like office hours. So I had this link, it was on like my Instagram page that a majority of the kids followed. I sent it out through Remind and in emails, but they could book appointments for like academic support, like just social emotional, if they just need someone to talk to, or college and career related readiness. And then I had a calendar and they could click on the day and it would pop up with the times that were like available for me to meet, and it would actually automatically send them a Zoom link. So that was really handy in terms of it. And I had kids come on and they were just like, hey, you know, a group used to eat lunch every day, and they're like, can we just get on and talk once a week? And so I set that up as just a weekly thing for them so that they knew that I was always there. But a lot of kids use this academic support as a way to sign up for a meeting so that I could provide them with math help or just help them navigate the different platforms. So I used Booking Appointee, but there was a ton of other ones that I saw. This one was just free and easy to connect to Zoom and the other platforms we were using. The next thing I did was kids didn't really know what they were supposed to turn in and when they were supposed to turn it in. And so every week I had access to like almost all of the teachers' Blackboard sites and Teams. And so I would spend so much time going into each teacher's specific class and figuring out like what did the students have to do that week, when was it due, and I would post these again on Instagram and send them out and remind. And these just helped kids really track what it was that they were supposed to do. So for us, it was like they would release Mondays. Mondays were math. So the math assignments would come out with Mondays, and I would post them the day, and they had a week to complete them. Kids really loved this. They would always comment like, thank you so much for sending these out. This is so helpful. If I was a day late posting one, they were sure to let me know like, hey, you didn't post that. Is there a way you can tell us what we're supposed to do or how we get to it? So I think moving forward, this will be something that I continue going into next year, and being able to pop into teachers' virtual classrooms will help as well. So that
I don't want to interrupt you, but
yeah.
I just need to tell you that I need you to do this for my life, not necessarily for any assignments, but can you come over and do this just like
yes.
for my life?
I make custom planners on the side, so if anyone needs that, let me know. But yes, that was super beneficial. And then we hosted a virtual game night. So we used Kahoot. And one of the biggest thing was that we still wanted to provide families with that free meal resource. And that's something that Gear Up, that gets people to come. And so we, Marley made this wonderful Kahoot on post-secondary pathways and careers and how Gear Up can support their students. And so they used this QR code, and they were able to like pick what they wanted their meal to be. And we partnered with Mamma Mia's Italian restaurant. And then the next day after they had showed up, we delivered their meals to their families, just using distancing practices. And we didn't have great turnouts, but the people who did come said that they were super thankful for it and loved it. So we'll definitely do more of those, knowing that we'll be all virtual.
Leah, I'm going to just pause you for a second. The schedules that you sent out, the assignment list, about how much time per week did you spend doing that specific?
It was like a daily thing, because so math was released on Mondays, science was released on Tuesdays. I think it'll be a lot different this year, knowing that kids have class every day. But I would say it probably took me, I also had to log in to different students to see different teachers if I didn't have access, but at least probably like an hour a day doing it. Here's some relationship building things that we did or plan to do next year. Marley, my coworker, she's on here somewhere, but we're each gonna just take 5 kids per week and just send out postcards to families just saying like, we're here to help. We are still around. We're not, just gone because we're not in the building. So we're gonna do that. Parents really wanted like a monthly newsletter, and scholarship information was huge for them. That's something that they really want. So we'll definitely be using Beth's handy dandy weekly bulletins and incorporating those into it. A lot of kids didn't really do well with trying to complete their homework online. So I would go print homework since I had access, and just do kind of, a social distance drop off, whether that was putting their homework in their mailbox but just letting them know hey, your homework will be here by 3 p.m. on Wednesdays for the week. And that was just a continuing thing. And many people reached out via like Google Voice or email of like, hey, can you do this for me? Or teachers, if they knew that someone was struggling, they would reach out and be like, hey, I know you're dropping off homework to other kids. Could I add so-and-so to your list? Next year, we're going to partner with Mentor You, which is through Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and do near and peer like mentorships with college students. So we're going to try, I think we're going to start with getting our AVID kids to have mentors, but again, expanding that and letting parents choose like, hey, I want my kid to sign up for this service. Popping into virtual classrooms, that was something that the kids want us to do, of like, hey, not just help us after we've already been through our class, but show up in our class so that you can hear what the teachers are telling us to do. And then like college and career related at-home bingo. So having them do like virtual college visits, Skype a scientist. I'm kind of working with Greater Spokane Incorporated to see what career related virtual visits they'll be planning next year can help. Super excited about, I didn't have any kids participate in summer camp, but the Mad Learn app subscription. So I'll hopefully be building an app, like a Gear Up app that parents and students can have that has access to all of the scholarship information in a place where I can just upload those homework assignments, and it has different ways to connect and contact us. So I'm really looking forward to that as well.
Aaliyah, a couple of questions.
Yep.
Someone wants to know if you can share the game with us.
Yes, I can definitely do that.
Okay. And then what is Skype a Scientist?
Skype a Scientist is there's different like health related fields or science, you know, whether they want to be like an engineer or something, and they can sign up for an actual like to Skype one of those people in those fields and do just like kind of talk with them and do a virtual visit kind of tour with what their career is.
Do you mind, can you, is there a link to that information you can paste in the chat?
I can find it, yeah, I'll find it.
Awesome, thank you.
So those are kind of what we had.
I think that's all the questions.
Cool.
Nice job.
Thank you.
That is amazing. It's kind of amazing how quickly you guys have adapted and responded to like these emerging needs for students and families. I don't think I knew how much my heart needed to hear like all this love and like knowledge and compassion. Like this has been an amazing morning, and I really appreciate those of you who have shared the work you've been doing. Amazing. I'm kind of blown away. Now I'm like getting all emotional, sorry. I'm not regulating myself. Yeah, so amazing morning. I want we can either do one more presentation with Christina or we can go to lunch now.
I think we're good. We have 10 minutes, so
10 minutes?
I think we should go ahead and do.
Let me check in with Christina.
Sorry, it'd be great if I didn't just talk into my, like, I just had a full conversation with you guys. It was amazing.
Oh, hi,
I was
Christina.
like, I don't want to get in the way of anyone's lunches. You know me, I'm a food person. I'm like, oh no, wait. So it's okay. If you guys are hungry right now, just eat while I'm chatting. Okay, so let me share my screen real quick.
I'm glad we didn't catch you with like a meatball sub or something. Like.
Just something mortifying. It's okay, you guys. You all know me now. I feel comfortable being embarrassing around you guys. That's how I know that we're at that comfort level. It's okay if I have an awkward moment.
You know, we need to have like a dog show and tell at some point in this workshop.
Mine's snoring this whole time, so. Okay, let me get my little. we go. Okay, hopefully you guys can see my screen. I'm going to take, is that a yes? Okay, awesome, Beth, thank you. Because I only can see a couple faces on here. Okay, so I am really excited to talk to you guys about financial aid and what we did this winter and spring to help provide resources and what we're going to do a little bit in the fall. So those of you who are not familiar with the 12th Year Campaign, 12th Year Campaign is my baby. I eat, breathe, and sleep financial aid and admissions. I want our students to have the same opportunities I got. I'm very passionate about it. We have less than 50 days to financial aid opening. I have a countdown calendar on my phone right now, just saying. So we're getting close to financial aid, but what 12th Year does is it works to help students, all seniors, have an opportunity to complete at least one financial aid and admissions application. So the biggest thing when I say all seniors, I mean every senior. I'm talking about our incarcerated youth, our youth in care, like our goal is to make sure all students have access. And that's what I work to do. So this year, adapting to COVID. Oh my goodness. You guys know how much I travel and how much I love coming out to your schools. So if you had told me 6 months ago that I was not going to see any of y'all for 6 months or to a year, oh my goodness, I would have been shocked. So I'm definitely missing visiting you guys and your beautiful schools and cities. But once all this is back on track, I will be out to your schools. What we did to change this year is we offered some virtual town halls to help families understand the resources available to them to help complete financial aid applications. The other thing we did was what I call distance assistance. So one-on-one appointments with students to help them complete a financial aid application that has errors. I appreciate so much that you guys were able to refer students to me. My student appointments are still booking this far into the summer. So I have seniors from last year, class of 2020, who are still making appointments with me because they're deciding now that it's time to go to college. So I appreciate it so much that you guys have been referring students to me. I've found that the virtual distance appointments are better attended than my in-person visits. So it's really awesome. It's been amazing. And because it's virtual and I'm not having to drive from like Olympia to Bellingham to Spokane, I have more time to see students. So I actually had a student at Cascade High School and I was like, oh, how's Everett? The student just goes, I don't know Everett. And I was like, oh, you're Cascade and Leavenworth. Okay, no, Everett's a town, not a person. Don't worry, I don't know who your friends are. It was very like, I don't know who Everett is. We don't have an Everett in my class. So I was able to do like an appointment for Cascade High School in Leavenworth, and then like 30 minutes later, an appointment for Cascade High School in Everett. And so it's made it really increasing our capacity. Classroom visits have been wonderful. So I've been visiting different classrooms and doing live presentations. I'm happy to do the same for your students. It has been so much fun seeing our students. They are a hoot. We offered teacher and counseling planning sessions to help plan around COVID-19, as well as class of 2020 and 2021, like kind of planning meetings of how to help your seniors that maybe have already graduated while continuing to help your juniors. I sent a lot of college access care packages to students that didn't have access to the internet, so they could come to a virtual town hall. If they couldn't make the town hall because of internet access, they could call me and we do a phone appointment, and then I would send them a college access care package that included a flash drive with the town halls recorded on them. So we tried to offer some more modalities for students who are having access issues. And then we are offering trainings all online this year. Everything will be online. So you'll get the same number of trainings, just you can do them in your jams. I'll send you popcorn. It's one of the joys of it. So the first training that we have is September 1st. That's going to be our FAFSA WAFSA line by line. We're going to go through the whole application. This will be from slides from the previous year because we do not get to see slides of the 2021-2022 FAFSA until like the day before the application. As soon as we have the new slides, I will happily send you the new slides. But this will just be an overview for those of you who want a good refresher. We'll be offering, this is a change this year, we're offering financial aid, not one-on-ones, but like actual hosted events. So 12th year we'll be hosting events. See all the gray hairs, you guys? That's because I'm getting volunteers. I know all of your struggles now of trying to find 1 million volunteers for these events. But right now we have 6, there'll be 7 total of statewide events, and then we're gonna have regional events too. These are open to any student that wants assistance with financial aid. They'll be offered through Zoom. Student logs into the lobby, and then schools can co-sponsor these events with us. So they can sign up to be a co-sponsor of the event. That school will then have a classroom in Zoom that we will take the students from the lobby and put them into the correct school classrooms. The counselors will help the students, and then as they go beyond their knowledge base, they can refer them out to me and do one-on-one appointments with our volunteers. These events will also have workshops, and they'll meet the requirements of Financial Aid Advising Day. And we're gonna have some weekend ones too. The nice thing about this has been we found students actually need assistance at different times of days than we've been offering in the past. So Jerry, when you talked about like weekends and evenings, oh yeah, like I had a 9:30, 10 o'clock at night appointment the other day with a student who that's when they got off work. The mall closes at 9. You have to then, I know that game as a former sandwich artist, they have to then tear everything down, get it all set up for the next day. So 10 o'clock at night, then the student wants to talk about their financial aid. Of course, we're going to be there to help. So it's been very nice to help students at different times of day. Speaking of helping students can make one-on-one appointments with me. I'm using Calendly as the scheduling system. It's free to use this, and it provides a way to automatically create a Zoom appointment, and it sends confirmation to the student. So this is a free system that provides immediate response to a student that they've made an appointment. So a lot of my appointments are booked between the hours of 10 o'clock at night and 1 in the morning. I know, because I get a little buzz on my phone every time it happens. Last night, 1 in the morning, got a student who needs an appointment for Friday, but they were able to schedule it and get some confirmation of, hey, you know what? You have these questions, don't worry, you're gonna talk to someone on Friday. And so it gives them kind of like, you're moving towards, you know, completing this, but you don't have to wait for an email or response. I saw Beth, you had your hand up.
Where does this live?
Calendly is its own website, and I can put the link in the notes when I'm done. It's free for you to sign up for this.
How would a student, how did the students find this?
I sent this out to 12th year sites, and then I also sent it out to other schools and just said, like, if you have a student over summer that needs extra help. And so we've been running these over the course of summer.
It's not on like Ready, Set, Grad.
No, this was just more word of mouth. I knew that we needed to have distance assistance appointments, so. So yeah, so your students can make appointments with me if like you're struggling with, like, they have an error, I'm happy to help. And then Betsy, you want to talk really quickly about college fairs, or do you want to wait for this? Oh, you're on mute.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I was gonna talk about it later.
Okay, then I will save these beautiful slides for you for later. Just previews, there will be lots of virtual college fair activities. So for the 12th year campaign, and I'm just gonna go through these very quickly so you like spoilers. Other assistance, Otter assistance for text messaging. We have, so if you're working with students that are not part of Gear Up, seniors can sign up and get text messaging through Otter, and they can ask all their financial aid questions at 1 in the morning. That's how they make appointments with me, is they're asking questions to Otter, and then Otter says, hey, you can make an appointment, and then all of a sudden appointments get booked. But it's getting their questions answered in a way that they prefer, in a time that they prefer as well. We still have our college knowledge books. They'll be printed in English and Spanish. You can order these. So if you're working with students that are struggling with technology, and not just the technology itself, like a lot of students I'm noticing have access to the actual physical computer. It's the interwebs that they are struggling with, getting actual broadband width to be able to complete these activities. And so I've encouraged schools to order these materials and do them for lunch pickups. Put together packets and you can send them out for lunch pickups. So these are digitally in 5 languages, but physically in Spanish and English. You can order them as a 12th year site. We have our 12th year campaign workbooks that, of course, the amazing Beth Kelly has created for us. And then College Knowledge Chapter 4 is great for paying for college. We still have the postcards that you can order in 5 languages that say you can't get financial aid if you don't apply. And on the back, it tells them everything that they need to complete an application for financial aid and where to get that help digitally. And then if you're working with youth in care, we also have our youth in care fostering college knowledge trifolds. And if your students are kind of struggling where to start, there's a new tool from WASAC called the College and Career Compass that kind of navigates them through different options for schools as well as interests that lead to career pathways. And that is financial aid in a hot 5 minutes. Let me stop sharing my screen right there and let me go through the questions real quickly.
Christina, I think the only question is if somebody wants to sponsor or co-sponsor a financial aid event, what's the best way to get started?
Perfect. So this year is going to be a little bit of a change. I'm going to have everybody, re-sign up for 12th year so I can get current. I'm noticing there's a lot of retirements, so I don't have current contacts for everybody. So when you sign up as a 12th year site, you can pick one of the dates. I can only fit 15 to 20 schools per event because I can only have 50 rooms, breakout rooms, but we have a capacity of 500 students that can attend statewide. So it'll be kind of first come, first serve, and it'll be on the link, and the link will be here. We probably will have registration by the end of the week. We're just trying to get some language firmed up on it.
So where would they go to do that? What?
I'll be sending it out to all the 12th year sites, so you'll get one. But you can also go to, there's a new website that we have. You guys, I'm so excited about this. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Okay, so we have a new website and there are new resources, including student modules for financial aid. I guess watching a 45-minute video about financial aid was not students' like top priority and things that they love to do. So they're not all dorky about it like I am.
Why don't you show the module real quickly?
So
and
quickly,
we could send out your PowerPoint as well if folks wanted that.
So this is our new landing page for 12th year. I'm very excited. It's not on Ready, Set, Grad. It's going to be on the wasac.wa.gov page. And it talks about Financial Aid Advising Day and all the resources, but I'm really excited about these student support modules. There are 12 modules, and we're going to have more of them. And what they do is cover small, little amuse-bouche, little tastes of financial aid. So you don't have to have the whole presentation, but what it does have is a smaller presentation. What is financial aid? Here's a 10-minute video that talks about what financial aid is. Then, okay, well, let's find some resources for that. There's a resource right here that matches the videos that we just went through. If you want to cement the learning even more, you can go back and you can go to, in the same module, a Kahoot quiz. So then every module has its own activity and it just takes you right to the Kahoot quiz. So that would be different topics on financial aid. You can play these Kahoot quizzes with your students, but that's going to be our new page. I'm very excited about more resources. If you're looking for a resource about financial aid, please feel free to reach out to me. I am here to help. We've made a lot of them, and I just want to make sure you have access to what you need to help students. Because if not, if you make it yourselves and I've costed you extra time because you didn't reach out, see the gray hairs, they like spring up more and more as I realize like I'm doing a lot of these things already and I want to make sure you have access to them. So if there's anything I can do to help you out with financial aid and your students, reach out. I'm here to help.
So we will send out Christina's PowerPoint and links to the resources that she mentioned. Yeah, Christina is the Jerry of financial aid. Thank you, Christina. That's amazing. Do we have any questions for Christina before we go to lunch?
No, I think she covered all the questions.
Great resources.
I miss you guys, and if you have questions, let me know.
Thank you, Christina. All right, we are scheduled for lunch. Why don't we meet back at 12:35? You can feel free to turn off your camera, or you can feel free to chat with each other. I have to go walk my dog, so I will be turning off my camera while I go walk my dog. Christina,
okay, so folks are welcome to stay here, right? But we're still are we recording during this time?
Yes, don't log off per se, you know. I would just shut my camera off, or you can stay and chat with each other in private messages. You can eat, do what you want, but I have to take my evil gremlin for a quick walk around the block.
See you at 12:35 then.
Okay. Oh, and here he is.
Hi, Helene. How are you doing? It's Kelly. You have to unmute yourself. There you go. Just saying hi. How are you? Lou? I missed that. What?
Faith is just trying to get some meetings set up for us for next week, but we have to work around my physical therapy, so I was
Gotcha.
trying to get caught up on answering emails instead of taking a lunch break.
How's your internet connection? Has it gotten any better?
So I'm way out in the country. I'm on a dirt road, and so getting on Zoom this morning, which I forgot to buy data for work for today, so I probably used up my whole month's supply of high-speed internet for this meeting today. But I just use cell phone data, and so sometimes when people are talking, the video gets all warbled, and yeah, so it's never going to be better than that. I have sent messages to our senators, to our representatives, to the governor, to Comcast. In fact, I'm waiting for another reply from Comcast now. It's like they got to do something for us.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, I thought it's going to happen for this pandemic, but maybe for the next one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this caught a lot of people, like Eric, woo.
Yeah, I'm surprised how many of the teachers were not able to stay connected too. I didn't realize how many teachers were out in the country too, as learning the house too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And students too, actually students too. So anyway, we're trying to measure our schedules with Lynn's.
But I'm sorry, I missed that again. Your mic isn't all that great.
Oh, I know. It's my laptop is really old, and my school laptop died a year old. But they're refurbished, so we don't get as much life out of them as you would if you bought new. And so this one died in a year.
Gotcha.
And so, I'll try to get, since I'm going to have to work from home, I'll try to figure out a way to get another one from Costco or something in the next couple of months.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you even know I was here?
Because I think because your camera was on, you show up first on my. Yeah, I could see you. Yeah. Spying on you.
That's funny. Did you do anything at all fun this summer?
Have I what?
Have you done anything at all fun this summer?
Landscaping. Lots of landscaping.
Well, good.
Yeah. So that's fun. It's been fun. It's been nice. I like, looking out and saying, I did all that. So
that's great.
Cool. Yeah.
We normally not have that much time, huh?
Yeah, right. Or you just notice it more because you're home all the time,
Yeah. I had knee replacement surgery on my left knee on June 26th. So I had physical therapy working up to that. And now I have a lot of physical therapy after.
Oh boy.
But so I had to stay in quarantine for that. I would have anyway, because I started to myself when everybody else had colds and flu. And then we're starting the process to get prepared for a back surgery. So I still have to stay in quarantine. The back surgery probably won't be till October or November is what we're guessing. So I'm kind of hoping it's right before winter break anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah.
But it is what it is. There's a lot of steps you have to go through for insurance. Oh, a lot of people have their camera on.
You're being surrounded, Helene.
So are we talking one-on-one chat or is this everybody?
No. No.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab my announcement of the microwave.
Hey, Brandy.
Hello, Jerry.
How's it going?
Hi there, Amber.
Just thought I actually had to say hi.
All right, we have about 1 minute until we're going to start.
I don't want to mess up your social time, but I'm going to share this screen. Where did that go? Okay. Oops, sorry about that. Sorry. I was trying to see if there are people in the waiting room. A couple people logged off and logged back in. Okay. All right, it is that time again. So does it seem like everybody's back from lunch? Trying to see how many people are. It looks good. Okay. All right, we are gonna get started again. Welcome back. Hope you had a chance to eat and stretch your legs and whatnot. We are gonna continue this afternoon with a few more presentations on some successful activities that were done in the spring and summer, and some ideas that maybe you can modify or replicate for your own purposes. Our first presenter is Everett High School. Jeff and Jen are going to talk about their aspirational interviews. Let me see if they are there. Jeff, do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, we're great. We're going to do a combination of kind of talking and screen sharing as we go through.
Whatever works for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Beth.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Jeff Russell.
I'm Jen Selders.
And my colleague is Jen Selders. We're Gear Up Success Coordinators at Everett High School in, of course, Everett, Washington. Our presentation focuses on an activity that we are calling this year aspirational interviews. And we mean aspirational in having to do with being inspired for a goal or for achieving success. We want these to be inspiring interviews. And this would be in contrast to the medical definition of aspire, which is usually connected with inhaling vomit. That particular presentation on aspirating vomit we'll probably give at the end of the 2020-21 school year. Before I get to describe aspirational interviews and talking about the what and the how of these interviews, Jen is going to share some of the background of the why of the interviews. And she's going to provide her own narrative to the start of the 2019-20 school year. So rewind to last fall and take it away, Jen.
Yeah. Hi guys, thanks for having us. Let me get to I did do a little PowerPoint quickly, so you have to bear with me as I figure this out here. Okay, share. And I'm incredibly nervous, so bear with me. All right, from the beginning. Can everybody see that?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, good. So we'll start it from the beginning. Okay, so before Jeff talks about what our aspirational interview, kind of what the questions entail, we wanted to give you kind of a background of what our school atmosphere is like and kind of what our goal was. So I was, Jeff is cohort, half of our cohort for years 1 and 2 at the middle school. I was brought on board last year in because we combined 2 middle schools, so half of our cohort was new to us. At Everett High School. So we have about 375 students, and I didn't know any of them. And so personally, I wanted to come in and start, I just knew how important building relationships was and would be. And so I came in with these grand ideas of just getting to know everybody. It would be so easy, but quickly reality hit that no one walks around. We have a 3 city block campus. No student walks around with a shirt that says I'm a freshman, and they're not keen to talk to me as I was holding the door open in the morning or waiting outside their classroom. I was kind of last on their list, and for a lot of them, I was a stranger. So I was stumped on how I was going to build relationships when nobody really wanted to talk to me. I didn't really know who the freshmen were, and I really realized I was a very small fish in a very big pond. And so my first try at building relationships was to go into the cafeteria, which I soon realized was like Times Square in New York, with freshmen and sophomores going every which way. And I felt like the guy in the picture with the gray sweatshirt in the middle with the black backpack, just staring off, hoping that someone might talk to me, and no one did. From there, I realized that was not going to be my best bet as far as building relationships. And so second attempt to build relationships, start that process. At that point in the year, we had counselors and teachers start to refer students to us who are struggling with attendance and grades. And so I thought, okay, this is great. We'll have students come in. We can talk about their grades. We can talk about attendance. And first student I brought in, she sat down. She had been referred to us because she was skipping class all the time. And I sat her down and we went through her class schedule and talked a little bit about her classwork, but she just stared blankly at me. And I felt like I was just kind of pitching her on what Gear Up can do for her and how we're here to support her. But I felt like it went through one ear and out the other. It felt like an empty conversation. She didn't get anything from it. And that's what I needed. We wanted, that was our goal. And so after about the 5th empty conversation of bringing students in, talking about attendance or grades, realizing this is also not how you're going to build relationships. It became clear to me that these felt punitive and unauthentic and very surface. And what students wanted and what I needed for them to have was a meaningful, trusting, authentic relationship. and those cannot be built if they feel guarded, if they feel like they're in trouble. So we took a step back, and I'll turn it over to you, Jeff. You can kind of talk to the group about where we went from there.
You bet. So we have this problem. We have this issue about how are we going to develop these relationships with all these different students? How are we going to get access to them? And where this idea for aspirational interviews come from? Well, I only need a few fingers to count the number of original ideas that I've come up with in my 58 years of life, and this is not one of them. So let me share my screen though, and I'll tell you kind of where it came from. Let's see. And I want to do, oh shucks, I'm having a tough time. If I move, hold on one second. All right, now we're gonna go. Yeah. Well, I'm having trouble sharing this one. I've got multiple monitors.
Dina, can you give Jeff some help maybe?
Yeah, let's see. Sharing the screen, and so I see all of them. And files. Let's see, it does not want to share a photo file for some reason.
I had a hard time with a photo file earlier today, Jeff. It might
Yeah,
not work.
yeah, it'll share my other one, but that's all right. Let's see. Yeah, and when we practiced yesterday, I shared a PDF of a different document, and that worked just fine. So at any rate, we'll go without it. What I was going to show was a picture of the 2019-2020 Everett High School girls wrestling team. And there are about 40 athletes on that. 15 of those athletes are, in fact, from the class of 2023 Gear Up cohort. And I may not be much of an original thinker, but I am a shameless recruiter. And in that picture on the back, on the left-hand side, is head coach Rick Iverson, who is about as close to 80 as I am to 60, but he has the energy of a 28-year-old. And he is a legend in boys and girls high school wrestling in the state of Washington. And Rick said to me early in the season, way back in November, he said, you know, we have a lot of girls turning out this year, and we need to get to know them better. And it's hard to take time out of practice in order to do so. So I want you to do some interviews and just pull the athletes out 15, 20 minutes each and ask them about academics, you know, family life, their hobbies, if they have jobs, what their hopes are for after high school, and then take some notes about that. So as I was creating this template for these girls wrestling interviews, it hit me, you know, kind of like our 230-pound heavyweights enjoyed sucker punching me on the shoulder during practice. It hit me that this interview format would be terrific for Gear Up. And so the idea was stolen and co-opted from Coach Iverson and from the Everett High School girls wrestling team. Now, I'm pretty sure I can share this document right here. And let's see. Oh, there we go. Actually, there we go. Over there. Do you see that document?
Yep.
Yep. All right. So that's kind of just the template for our Gear Up student interviews. And you can see that the questions are clustered around four interests, sort of academic interests, college career interests, family friend interests, athletic extracurricular interests. And the questions that go with them were starter questions. I wouldn't necessarily use these questions every time for this area. You know, you'd sort of get a feel for the person that you were interviewing, what was going to work or what might not work. But we want to make sure that each of these topics were covered. We'd ask them simple things, you know, what kind of classes interest you most? Follow up with appropriate questions, you know, why is that? What classes challenge you the most? Has that always challenged you? You know, you get into a conversation, what can we do to be of assistance to you? And then similar sort of questions around college and career. What are you interested in doing for work? Or I'd ask them, double your age. You know, most of them were 15-year-olds, double your age. You're 30 years old. What do you see your life like? What would you like to be doing for work? And of course, a good number of them said, no idea, but as many or more had specific ideas of things that they were very interested in. And then we'd talk about post-secondary education opportunities that might fit with that career aspiration. We'd also try to get a sense for home life. And these questions are sort of, I mean, clunky, not all that elegant. You know, describe your family and friends. But we'd try to come at them with something about, you know, what's life at home like, or you know, what does your family enjoy doing? Just to get to know them that way. And of course, you'd learn a tremendous amount about their background and where they're coming from. And then we'd ask, of course, about athletic or extracurricular interests. What do they enjoy doing outside of class? Do you have a job, club activities? Have you ever thought about joining the girls' wrestling team next year, et cetera, that kind of stuff. So that was the basic outline of the conversation or the interview that we would have with them. And the beauty of it was that the students didn't feel like they were being singled out or isolated, or like there was a problem with attendance or grades. We'd sort of say, you know, we're doing all these interviews with everybody and it's your turn. Do you have some time to do this? And it really just lowered the stress level with them and allowed an opportunity for them to share. They'd take anywhere from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. I mean, a talkative student, it was tough to get done in 30 minutes, but even those who are more reticent or quiet, I'd get at least 10, 15 minutes out of them. And we would do this before school, after school, during lunch, during Everett High School champs time, whenever we could fit it in and a student was available, we'd do that. And before the gear up, the COVID closure, we had gotten through, I think, about 80 or maybe even a few more than that of these interviews in that time. So that's kind of the origin and the content of what we've done. And maybe I'll have Jen now talk about kind of just the impact on us as coordinators and the students.
Yeah. Well, I know we're really short on time, so really quickly before we end, just as far as, you know, we go into those attendance meetings with administrators and they, you know, give us a long list of students that were struggling with attendance or grades. And so having that perspective from our interviews to go into those meetings and, for example, real quick, a student that was brought to our attention beginning of the year, she was skipping all the time. So I had her come in for a freshman interview. Turns out that she had significant trauma growing up and is now dating a student who has been expelled from every other high school because of gang activity. So school was the last thing on her list that she wanted to do. But we connected and she started coming in after school and started coming in during lunch. And as we approached the end of the semester, I knew that we needed to do something to get her connected to school. There was something that needed a hook that was not going to be algebra, it was not going to be biology, it was not going to be friends because she had that outside of school. So we got her connected with the coffee shop at school. And she went from failing every single class fall semester to passing all of her classes, you know, thankfully because of the grades, how we did grades this last semester. But it just was so inspiring to see her find joy in something at school. And so that's just one example of those, you know, just as you get to know those students using these interviews, helped us just gain perspective on who those students really were. So as we head into next year, we are having to take this model of what we did in person and really try and figure out how we do it virtually. So we're still in the process of doing that. And I would love, and Jeff, you know, we wanted to get any sort of chat input if there's anybody that has any questions as far as what they would like to, what they would propose asking if they were to do this in their own schools. Yeah.
I think Beth and I were both commenting that this is a great place that you could incorporate some of the ideas that Laura shared earlier, and maybe even turn these into journaling topics. But you could, you know, ask students open-ended questions about what have the last few months been like for you and your family, as a way to kind of gauge how they're doing emotionally. So yeah, great job.
I know as Gear Up, I mean, we have a lot of powerful tools in our toolbox. You know, when we give accurate information, I mean, it gives hope to students and families about their future. When we're able to provide experiences like the college visits and career field trips, I mean, the data on that's pretty profound on how it impacts students. We know in COVID though, we're not going to be able to share that, at least at Everett High School, and I think elsewhere in the state, we're not going to be able to share that kind of information in person. We're going to have to be creative how we do it. We're really going to be hamstrung when it comes to those field trips and those visits. But we do have the power of conversation, of giving an opportunity for students to articulate kind of who they are, what they're interested in, what their aspirations are for the future, and have listening adults, you know, hear them out and be partners in that future. And I think we look back and see this as one of the most impactful things we did last year, and really look forward to continuing it again this year.
I just wanted to also add, I think that is great. And if you were to transform this into some sort of journaling activity, I just see that you could get at this. You could offer students choice on how to respond by different mediums. So some students could respond by maybe drawing or some kind of, or you know, or making a video or something like that. You know, I'm thinking with all the different ways students can express themselves and answer these questions and make it a fun activity. It's pretty exciting.
That's a great idea.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's see. Oh, Jerry has a suggestion for your aspirational survey. If you knew you could not fail, what would you like to do in your life?
That's a great question.
Or if you weren't afraid, what would you do? I think that's a great
question. Thank you, Jerry.
If money was no object, you know, because students often perceive they don't think they're going to qualify for financial aid. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you guys very much.
Welcome.
All right, we are going to transition, and Rosalie from West Valley is going to share her experiences doing virtual student workshops.
Perfect. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen okay? Okay, perfect. Yes. So Beth asked me to share some of the activities that we did to provide virtual and engaging activities for students, both academic and mentoring. And we, like everybody else, closed our buildings on March the 13th. We didn't have a chance to go back to school that Monday because we had some risk of a case in our building. So that Monday where we had planned on prepping students for the closure, we weren't able to do that, unfortunately. And so what happened was for quite a bit of time, for about 4 to 5 weeks, it was all optional online activities, which even our 4.0 students weren't doing those. And so we really jumped on that opportunity to provide workshops for students 2 to 3 times per week. And I don't know about your experience, but usually Gear Up activities get put at the bottom of the list after academics, after their classwork, after sporting events, after everything else. And so this was really our opportunity. And I've told other Gear coordinators, this is really a chance where we got to engage in students when they weren't distracted by a lot of other things. So I just wanted to share some workshops that we did, and hopefully if there's activities that you find interesting, you can incorporate them into your program. So the first thing we did was to teach students how to use Zoom. So a lot of us didn't know how to use Zoom. And so we really used our social media pages and email and newsletters to show students that we, like them, were going to learn how to use this format. So we had a few different times where they could log in and practice using their microphones and cameras and make sure everything worked. And then our very first activity that we offered was a bingo game. And so you're going to notice a lot of these activities, we're promoting them as games, but we're really throwing in that Gear Up, those Gear Up benchmarks once they arrive. But I don't know about you, but sometimes I feel like unless I'm swallowing swords or juggling flames, it's hard to get kids to show up to things. But with games, they usually like to show up to those. So this bingo game was actually a way for us to answer questions that students had about the closure. So what we did was we just asked students to show up with a piece of paper and a pencil. And then on the screen, I had about 20 different words that they could put in any box on their bingo grid. And then every time that word came up, we would answer a question related to that. So for example, one of the words was locker. And when that word came up, I answered how they could get any of the essential items they needed from their locker, and so on and so forth. And that's how our bingo game was played. The other game we played was a game of charades. So this charades was all about careers and professions. And so we used that again as a way to engage kids to come in. And we also talked about their high school and beyond plans and how they could, the different activities they could do within their high school and beyond plan. And you'll notice at the bottom, in this activity, we started having student showcases, we call them. So I have so many talented students, and I'm sure you do also, and we really wanted to highlight those hobbies and talents for students. So every workshop, we asked a student to share, 5 to 8 minutes of talent that they had. And so in this one, we had Faith share her talent, and here's a screenshot of that. And she's this amazing piano player and vocalist, and she really loved this opportunity. I got a wonderful email from her mom afterwards thanking me for the opportunity for her to be able to practice and kind of have a purpose for her practicing, and all the kids really enjoyed that. We had a lip reading challenge where all the words and phrases were how we were all kind of feeling about COVID at that time, or things related to Gear Up. And then on that same workshop, we had our state work study student, Logan, who's on the picture on the right. He actually shared a slideshow with us about his study abroad experience in Florence, and that was really positively received. And then one of our Gear Up students, Olivia, is an amazing artist. And here she is sharing her amazing artwork with us. And again, these are things that kids may know that other students have these talents of, but don't always get a chance to showcase those. We played the heads up game. So again, those were incorporated within a Gear Up topic. And then we asked students in this workshop to share how they were managing all their assignments for their 6 different Google Classrooms. So this was a chance for students to share with other students how they were managing all of their coursework. And then going back to our first presenter, when she talked about yoga, we had a workshop around self-care, and our Gear Up student, Hannah, actually led us all in yoga. And this was also an opportunity for us to talk about what other things are you doing to be able to practice self-care during this time that we're not able to see each other and be around others. And then we had another virtual campus tour where Logan, our state work study student, took all the students on a virtual campus tour of Gonzaga. And so he was able to actually show them where he travels throughout the school day and answer questions from students. And then Graham, one of our Gear Up students, is an amazing artist, and he actually purchases like plain shoes and then paints them and then sells them to students. So he takes orders from students and customizes those shoes. So he showed us how he does that and some of the cool equipment that he has to be able to airbrush the shoes. And so that was really cool to see. My PowerPoint just froze for a second. Sorry about that. And then we had some other ones, but this is the one we ended with, and it was a virtual campus visit. It was in June already, so by this point, students were kind of zoomed out. We did partner with some other Gear Up programs to be able to promote this. And that's one of the things I would encourage is if you are having some of these activities, partnering with some of the other nearby Gear Up schools, so that you can have more participants, and students would probably like to be able to meet students from other programs also. And then I know somebody already spoke about math tutoring, but this is something that we offered also. This is Lindsay, one of our State Work Study Gonzaga students, and she started offering IXL math support. And so what we did was we purchased, down here, there's a picture where we purchased these writing pads, and I think I sent that out to a lot of the Gear Up coordinators. And so we actually, what we did was we had all the logins and passwords from all of the students. And so on our end, we were able to open up their IXL so we could share the screen of the problem. And then we could open up Paint, and we could actually use this writing pad to write out the problem right on the screen for the students. So they were able to see us as we were working through the problem with them. And then the other thing that was probably one of our most successful activities is that we, having a resume is a requirement for students as far as their high school and beyond plan and being able to graduate. So we set up individual one-on-one time appointments with students. And again, we had all of their logins and passwords from the college and career counselor. And this is what the screen looks like when you log into the Build My Resume section. So you can click on each of these categories, and we actually opened it up on our end. And so we would actually type it out, because I don't know about you, but my students can't type. So if we had let them do the typing on their end, we probably would have been there for hours. But it also gave us an opportunity to show them, make sure you always capitalize your first and last name, make sure you capitalize this and that, and this is how you format a resume. And we got so much positive feedback from them. And this is what it looks like after they're done. It puts it all directly into a Word document for them. And then we got so much positive feedback from students that we started to highlight those short little testimonies, and we started posting them on our social media. And that started getting more and more students wanting to do this because they saw that their friends were doing it. So at the end of every week, I would take some of the students' feedbacks that they would give us, and then I would just text them to remind and ask them to send me a short sentence about their experience. And then we would post those on social media. We post them in our student and parent newsletters. And that started getting more and more kids to sign up for the resume building. And then every student who did an activity throughout the workshop received a college or post-secondary t-shirt. So what we did was I just texted them and told them they could go on Amazon and they could find a shirt under $20 with free shipping through Prime. And then I ordered it on my end, and I mailed it directly to their home. And then they would send me photos of their t-shirt when it arrived. And then we also did some fun just mentoring activities with students. This is something that we worked with our Gear Up students on for Teacher Appreciation Week. And that was posted throughout our school. And so it was really great to connect with kids and do some fun activities that way also. And if you're interested, I create all of my promotions and event flyers through Poster My Wall. And so I actually, most of these are free if it's just a photo, but if you want to be able to have ones that are actually videos and have things that move, you can actually pay for those. So I actually put in my work plan this year to have a little bit of money to be able to pay for some of those ones that aren't free, because they're really cool and those are what are going to catch kids' eyes. And then I came up with a list of all the different ways you could use these activities. So National Gear Up Week, SAT or PSAT prep, virtual campus or job tours, career speakers, scholarship committee panels. And this, just a heads up, has been one of our most popular family nights we've ever done in all the years I've been in Gear Up, is when you take a group of scholarship committee members and you have them on a panel and you ask them to speak about what it is that they're looking for in a winning scholarship application. And that's always really successful. And that's great for especially our cohort students, or any students really, but as sophomores, as they're building their resume, what is it that they should be trying to do that to make that stronger? A Gear Up alumni panel, high school and beyond plan, career exploration, tutoring. You could help students create washboard.org accounts, help them do scholarship searches, Transcript evaluations are great also, because if a student is saying they want to go to, let's say, the University of Washington, you could pull up their transcript and evaluate that with them and kind of explore whether or not they're creating a transcript that's strong enough to get them into UW. And then mock interviews also. So they're just some of the ideas, but my biggest tip in all of this is if you're doing anything with iExcel or with career cruising, make sure you have those logins and passwords from the counselors and math department before you work with them, because the vast majority of the kids are not going to have them. And if you don't have them, you're kind of stuck as to what you can accomplish on that day. And I think that's it.
Wow, that's amazing. Let's see if there are any questions.
There aren't any questions, Beth. I think Dave put in a link to a bingo maker game link. And then a couple of people mentioned using Canva to do signs, and then Rosalie shared. Rosalie, if you could paste that link in the chat to poster my wall, that would be great. I think people were definitely impressed with your visuals, so it's good to know where you're getting help with that, but all really great ideas, so thank you.
You're welcome.
I love how much you engage students and tap into their, unique interests too, and really just like make it a fun environment. And when I think about students performing or showcasing that stuff, like everybody's doing TikTok and all of these things, they're already doing that. So, they're not shy, like, and so that's great. Thank you so much. Next up, we have, it's Annie. Annie, I am going to have you, do you want to share your screen or do you want me to pull it up?
You just go ahead and pull it up. That's great.
Okay, you let me know if you need anything, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you. Well, it was wonderful to see everything that Rosalie did. I hope that we can make these virtual campus visits just as engaging. This idea kind of came from the work Rosalie has done, as well as just us recognizing that you guys are all doing so much to support your students and are going to continue that work into the fall. And we really want to make sure that, number one, our students are being offered the chance to have virtual campus visits, and then that you aren't being too burdened by the process of that. So we are excited this fall to take campus tours off your hands by providing virtual visits this year. So that's going to look like 1 or 2 visits a month at a variety of institutions. So apprenticeship and tech opportunities, community colleges, public and private 4 years, et cetera, et cetera. It'll be a virtual tour showcase, as well as a campus representative coming online with us to give more detailed specifics to the students. And of course, it's going to focus on where we're at in the campus visit matrix. Next slide, please, Beth. Thank you. So just as a quick overview, our goal really was to keep these visits pretty compact too, so that students are staying engaged, and that if you do have them for a small window of time, 30 minutes, lunchtime, they're able to jump on and get the information they need. So it's going to look like about a 5-minute intro from me, where we keep kind of a broader level introduction and give students similar information on each institution. So what kind of institution it is, where it's at in the state, the size of the institution, things like that that kind of relate back to student fit and what they want from an institution in terms of their own experience. I'm also going to be working with Beth to create a nice virtual visit handout for notes and reflections that students can kind of, again, maintain that same note-taking and question reflection for each campus as they go through the different virtual visits. And then after that 5-minute, that quick intro, we are going to have a campus representative come on and show what a lot of colleges either have already had or have now created in this time of COVID. So a quick 5-minute virtual tour video of campus itself. And then they're going to go into specifics about the college with a focus on how to navigate the institution's website. So they're going to talk about where you find majors and careers, how you can look up student demographics and assess the fit there, talk about student life, housing options in the campus community, as well as more high school based needs, like what are the entrance requirements and what do I need to know about financial aid, both at a broader level and institution specific. And then we'll leave about 5 minutes at the end to wrap up for student questions and feedback. So we're really excited to offer this opportunity. And again, 1 to 2 a month doesn't mean that we'll get to every institution in the state. So I am going to drop a link to a quick survey that I made where you can select, based on the institution type, your top 3 choices for where you would like us to provide a virtual visit. So we can hopefully take what you've heard from your students and apply it to the institutions that we are providing these virtual visits for. There's also a quick section at the end where I ask you specifically if you know of an awesome apprentice or technical program that you'd like us to review and provide a virtual visit on, just to drop the name of that as well as why it feels important or why students have been engaged by presentations from that program in the past. So I think that's all I have on virtual visits right now. I would love to hear your feedback or any other suggestions you have for me. So you know how to get a hold of me. Please reach me by email, and otherwise I will pass it on to Beth.
I'm gonna actually step in just for a moment, Annie.
Yeah.
So for the survey gizmo, I think we want just the coordinator from each school to do that. Is that right? So yeah, so not everyone on the call. So just if your role is the lead Gear Up staff member in your building, please do that survey. You can certainly consult with others, but we just want 1 survey per school. And then someone asked if these would be live or recorded. So initially they'll be offered live, just like a Zoom meeting would normally be offered, but we will record them so you can share them with students at any time. You can post them on your website, you can send them out in emails, whatever you'd like to do, but they will be recorded. And then we will just focus on in-state colleges at this time. We know some of our border schools, you know, sometimes we'll visit Idaho or Oregon colleges, but we're going to start with Washington ones. And I just want to reiterate that, you know, and I know I said this in most of my meetings with you working on year 4 plans, but it's very unlikely that we will be able to visit campuses this year at all. So this is our answer to that problem. And so rather than having all of you try to set up your own virtual visits, we're going to do that for you. And I would just like to thank Annie and Beth for their work on this. And Annie will be the lead as we move forward. So we're really excited and I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you.
You might have mentioned this already, but so this would be documented in the portal? Or
yes. So it will be just like any other Gear Up activity. You would need to track participation and then enter it in the portal as a campus visit. But these will count as the official campus visits for this year, meeting the requirements that we have in the benchmarks. Thanks, Beth.
And one other thing is because we are going to be sharing this, we have talked about how to make sure that students, you know, we're thinking about student safety and showing their face on video on any recordings. And so we're thinking that through so that it can be shareable. But just wanted to mention that, you know, we're mindful of that as well.
And there's one more question. I'm sorry, Beth. About someone asked if they're already planning some virtual visits, can they keep planning those and do those? You can, absolutely. We're not going to say you can't do that. And if you don't, that's completely okay.
Yeah, the nice thing about your own virtual visits would be the opportunity for students to maybe have a longer question and answer period, or have more specific questions answered regionally or whatever.
Yes. This screen looks kind of funky. Do you see virtual visits and fairs?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry, it looks a little wonky on mine. So I wanted to just mention a couple of additional resources. As Annie mentioned, she's coordinating the, virtual visits. We also have revamped our website, and so I'm gonna stop this and share this screen. So you can see that, you know, last spring we created a student section on our website. Hang on, I have to, can somebody let the participants in? Okay.
I'm taking care of it.
Thank you. So last spring, based on your feedback, we created a student section on our Gear Up website, and I've been revamping it this summer. So these are all pages and resources for students and families, really, versus the other materials that are much more geared for college access professionals. And so in this Visit a Campus tab, I now broke it out into either in-person visit information or virtual visits. So here it offers some suggestions to students. Here's where they can find information on how to take a virtual tour. So we have a list, a matrix of schools in Washington that are currently offering virtual tours. And then below that is a list, and it's a huge Excel spreadsheet from the Jack Kent Cook Foundation of national and international schools that offer virtual visits and tours. And then we also have some activities for that a student can do alongside using the web for a scavenger hunt or other types of activities. And then I've been trying to make sure that I capture all of the upcoming college fairs. Now, there are two that are coming up very soon. There's the NACAC College Fair, and there's the PNACAC College Fair. They're both free for teacher or counselors, students, and families. NACAC is offering theirs 4 times in a row, but PNACAC has some that are very specific. So you'll see Oregon College Week, Washington Week. So I would urge you to check those out, promote those opportunities. That's one more way where students can meet one-on-one with school reps. They can explore different school programs and just learn more. PNACAC was scheduled to release more information on their website this past week. So it should, last week it didn't have a lot of content yet, so it should have information on registration now. Let me see what else. And that is my bit on virtual resources. Or resources to support virtual visits and fairs. I don't know if there are any questions. Sorry if I seem awkward. I haven't really talked to humans in months. I live with my dog, and then I was kind of isolated before my brain surgery and then after. So I've been like kind of quarantined for like 4 years, and yeah, have not talked to humans really.
Because I don't count as a human, or what?
I mean, my dog does talk. If anybody has ever seen videos, my dog does talk. He screams, "I love you." And I am weird to begin with, so this is pretty on par. It's just a little elevated, but yeah, sorry, I will regroup.
I think you're amazing. You're amazing.
I'm something. All right, we're very close on track, on schedule, and so we are at the point where we would transition from moving on showcasing best practices to now we're going to talk about some logistics around the grant management. And Marcy is going to, I think, start this portion of the presentation.
Is it me or is it Yokiko?
Is this what you messaged me about, changing the order?
Yeah. Well, just put the slide up, and whatever the slide is, we'll go. Yokiko's on, and I think we'll go with the flow. Just get the next slide up for me, and we're golden.
Oh, it says hang on. Share screen.
I can share my screen if you need me to.
Why don't you do that?
I just messed with the settings, so you should be able to share a screen. For some reason, it switched back over to one screen.
Oh, so Beth should go ahead?
You should be able to do it, Beth, now.
Or no. Not to cause drama in front of family, but I'd rather Marcy do it because she's going to be talking, and I don't want to have to advance her slides.
Okay. I can do that. Hang on, just give me one moment then.
This is like all the behind the scenes stuff. Don't look.
All right.
If not, I can do it.
You know what, Beth, I actually really need you to, because I wrote notes in my slides, and so I'm gonna need to see my version and not your version, but I want everyone else to see your version.
All right. I think I understand.
That would be great.
So,
yeah, it'll be more helpful to me.
Then you're gonna have to boss me around.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing that, right?
You're good. Yeah. So if you can just put it in presentation.
It did it.
Click on from current slide. That would be great.
I'm sorry, hang on. This toolbar on top is like driving me crazy a little bit. Okay, hang on. From current slide. But it keeps jumping to my other monitor again.
I do have the presentation loaded on my computer from where I start to where I finish, if that is more convenient for folks.
Oh, I don't understand how to not get it to jump to
Okay.
my.
Why don't you unshare and I'll share then?
Did it work?
No, it didn't. So just go ahead and unshare, Beth, and I'll do it.
But I had it working at some point.
Okay, what can you see?
I see your PowerPoint, but it's not
Now,
in like presentation mode.
Do you see it
now?
now?
It is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. That's the most bumpy we've been all day, so I'm pretty happy about that. As you know, Beth sent out a pre-workshop survey, so I just want to thank her for putting that together and for all of you providing information back to us. And the next little bit will be focused on really expectations for the year and incorporating some of those survey results as we talk about those things.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that we asked you was, how are you communicating with families during this time? Can you see that communicate with families slide? Now, can you see it? Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, I mean, not surprisingly, everyone is using a variety of methods to reach out and communicate with families, and I'm assuming also students. And that's exactly what we would hope to see. We know from experience, right, that it takes multiple attempts and multiple methods to connect with families because they have different preferences or different access. So what this told us was that you're really working hard to accommodate the needs of the families in your community. And so we just want to encourage you to continue thinking about that. If you aren't sending out our family newsletters now, I would like to see you all start doing that. They're all created for you every month for every grade. So I think it takes minimal effort on your part. I put the link in the chat earlier to remind you where to access those newsletters. But thank you for all the effort you're making in trying to connect and contact families. So I think at this point, what we know is that all of you are either opening in full remote mode or possibly in a hybrid model. I don't think that any of you are opening in person full time. If that's the case, we'd still like to hear, but I think the last school that I thought maybe was going to be able to do that changed their plans this week, if not even today. So it's a different environment, and from what I can tell, the expectations are going to be different than they were in the spring, related to attendance, grades, accountability for students, which creates more opportunity for all of you to be engaged. And I love all the presentations we've had today. Were incredibly successful examples of how to do that work. So if you felt like you were scrambling in the past few months of school to make that happen, I hope you feel refreshed with some new ideas today. So you can see that, you know, those one-on-one devices that some of you already had in place were really important. Others got devices for students. And then I just want to make sure you all know about the Wi-Fi hotspots and mobile hotspots. You probably, if you know anything about me, you know that I'm not always really great with that kind of technology, and I don't always know the right words. But we were able to get approved last spring the purchase of some hotspots or mobile hotspots for families who didn't have online access or internet access. There are some conditions around that, but we really want to make sure that everyone has access that needs access, if that's the method that your schools are using to provide instruction to students. So if you don't have that in your budget currently, it is possible to ask for that. Again, there are a couple of conditions attached to it, but it's very workable, and I think it worked well for the schools that used that last spring. So what's your distribution plan? How are you connecting in the community, in the neighborhood? Are you extending outside of the school building to reach students? I know a lot of people really connected with students during meal delivery, which was a great example. Then I love this question about how can you take the services you offer and make them virtual, and how confident are you that you can do that? And as you can see, like, it's the full range of I've got this, I can do this, I'm confident, to oh my gosh, I have no idea where to even start. I know there are definitely some anxieties around new students, and how will you build relationships with them when you haven't even met them before. It'll be a little bit easier with those students that you know. So thinking about, going back to the aspirational interviews, that might be a great first step to connect with those new students, and setting up those virtual office hours, those classrooms that you can have. So I think we heard a lot of these examples already today. There was a question about what do you think you can only provide in person? And again, I think the examples we saw today show that just about any kind of activity can be taken into a remote environment. And so I think maybe the exception will be testing. So ACT, SAT, the AccuPlacer and ASVAB, those might not happen on your school campus this year or at the college campus where you might have gone to take the AccuPlacer in the past. So we're really relying on those testing organizations to provide that guidance. I did earlier put some information in the chat about that. So if you haven't looked at the chat, you might scroll back through there, but Beth has been keeping that information up to date on the COVID related resources on our website, and will continue to provide updates in the bulletin. I know that ACT is trying to make it easier for school districts to become testing sites. And then I would just like to add in that most of the institutions in Washington are now saying that they're not going to require ACT or SAT for admissions. So that might also take some of the pressure off for making sure students have access to taking the tests. So again, follow the bulletin closely for that information. We will continue to update there and on our website. The college visits, I think we just addressed that. We saw earlier the way to do some family activities virtually. And then I just want to talk briefly about the orientations. So as you know, you are required by October 31st to do a staff orientation, a student orientation, and a family orientation. And I know at least one school has already talked about making videos to provide that information and then sending them out to those respective groups. That is completely acceptable. You will need to think about how you can document participation, so you can enter that in the portal. We can also look at it as a one-way communication effort or one-way outreach. So if you're struggling at all with how to get that done by October 31st, please check in with me and we can look at that together and try to problem solve. I'm just going to pause to see if there are any questions at this time. Christina or Beth, can you check or I think Annie was doing that. I can't remember, I'm sorry. Who was going to check the chat box for me?
I'm looking through and I'm not seeing
No
any
questions.
additional questions.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I must be doing a great job then.
You're doing amazing.
All right, and then there was a question about what might need to be removed or added this year, and certainly there are going to be some in-person things, at least initially at the beginning of the year, that you won't be able to provide. And as we discussed in the phone meetings we had earlier in June, this year is going to be the year of flexibility. And so we will monitor your work plans. Kelly will continue to do that and check in with you about canceled activities. And we will definitely make those updates. You know, we understand and we want to help support you in getting the things done that really need to be done. And I think that a lot of that will be a bigger focus on academics and supporting students in completing their courses. That needs to be the highest priority. And so that might mean that your work plan shifts. So I recommend that you review it regularly, work closely with your admin team and the other folks on your Gear Up team to talk about what can you really implement, what is reasonable, what's attainable, and then making sure you're communicating that with Kelly, with me through a work plan and budget revision request if needed. But please keep thinking about that and how you can be creative to shift the services. And then what can you do to help support that learning? And so going back to what I just said about the academic focus. And again, throughout today, we've heard really good examples of how to do all of these things. So hopefully you feel energized to think about how to implement those services in a different way. Something just happened. There we go. Then what are the top 5 challenges? So we ended up with more than 5 on the list, but you can see, you know, the social emotional support and stress came up. And so hopefully you found some helpful tips from Laura's presentation. We talked a lot about how to engage students and families. So, you know, does it mean we send out more incentives to students for participation? Do you have a way to mail those? So Rosalie said she mailed t-shirts out to students that completed different activities. How are you going to monitor attendance? Will Gear Up have a bigger role in attendance interventions because students need that additional support? Equity, but that's a conversation we've been having for months in our agency and in our team about how do we ensure equitable access. So Wi-Fi hotspots, one small way that we can help ensure that students have access. If that's something we can do, then we need to find a way to make that happen. So, and tracking participation, which I'll talk about in just a minute, and match. So I agree, all of those things do feel challenging. And so just keep remembering that you have a wealth of resources available to you. So I think we talked about all of these things earlier today and the new ideas. So I'm gonna just skip over that one for now. Now some good news. So you probably know, or if you don't, we did reduce the match requirement to 50% this year. It's been 75% each of the last 3 years. So we're happy that we can reduce it, especially in these new challenging times when you're not in the building and paperwork is a lot harder than it used to be. But even at 50%, I recognize that that might still be challenging. Again, as always, the key is to have good communication with me, with Buffy, about that, and let us know if you're struggling so we can help troubleshoot that and maybe come up with some solutions. And at the same time, I really, really want to emphasize, please don't worry about overmatching this year. We are in a comfortable place where we have a bit of a cushion in our match, and if everyone is able to get 50%, we will be just fine for this year. So please do not spend any more time on paperwork this year than you need to. So no overmatching. If you feel like you really need to, then talk to me first. And then just an ad, we were hoping that the U.S. Department of Education would give us some match relief, but unfortunately that is not going to happen. Very disappointing for us. They have provided a lot of other ways, other flexibility in grant administration and allowability. None of it really affected us. But there were some programs that definitely benefited from that, especially related to technology purchases. But again, things are manageable. Talk to Buffy or myself about match if you feel like you need extra support there. So I know a lot of you have had questions about activity participation, documentation. I know that's probably heavy on your minds because there's not always a mechanism built into a virtual session to be able to track who showed up or who maybe did it later on their own if it's something that's recorded. So you need to be especially thoughtful about this and do your very best to track participation. So with things like Zoom, it's really easy because you can print that participation record or save the participation record. I personally don't know how to do it, but I'm relying on other people that know how to do that to make sure it happens for us. So it's a place you may need to ask for help. If you're using other platforms, I certainly am not aware of how those work. So you will need to do the research to find out what is available to you. And then probably use some creativity in some situations to figure out how to do it. Like somebody said earlier, I think it was Aisha said, no, you know, when they log into her classroom, she doesn't know who's in there, she doesn't know who's viewing, but she's going to incorporate a quiz or something at the end where they can answer questions, and then she'll know that she completed it. So please talk to Kelly or myself if you are struggling with any of that, and we will do our best to figure out a workable solution with you. Also, we have updated or in the process of updating the service activity definitions. Those updates will be posted on the website, I hope, by the end of this week. So we added information about virtual sessions, about how to name those activities so we can easily identify that they're virtual. And then we will continue to have you enter the one-way outreach efforts, because I think a lot of what we're doing right now is more like a one-way outreach where we can't document who showed up, but it does document our effort. And that will be especially important when we report in the spring to the Department of Ed about how we're doing in times of COVID.
Hey, Marcy.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a question about virtual signatures for Match.
Yeah. We right now I'm working on a way that we can accept electronic signatures, but that's a process that we have to develop, and we'll have to have a policy. I think for right now, what we've been able to do is if someone can send you an email saying, please accept it as their signature, and then you can print that email and attach it to the match form. I think that's what we've been accepting. Is that correct, Buffy? Can you chime in on that for a second?
Yes, that is exactly right. If you can attach that email, I know in the past a couple of sites have sent one email and then a form without, and I'm asking about signatures, and they say, oh, I sent an approval, but I really do need it with each one. It makes it so much easier than having to go and scroll through and see the authorizations that I do have. You know, I know it's probably a tedious, time-consuming thing for you. It's just the best way for now to have everything documented and held together, because once it's filed away and sent, we have no real way of going back and showing that signature without it being attached.
Yeah, and I did just get a sample policy from another program about electronic signatures. So we will really try to come up with a solution that is easier as soon as we can. Our agency is also working on an electronic signature practice, I think. So we're trying to figure that out in a way that will meet any audit requirements that the school district might have or that we might have. So if your school district has any kind of electronic signature policy that maybe they've developed in response to working remotely, please feel free to share it with me. I'm looking for any kind of resource that I can get right now. So again, just remember that participation records are still required. We still need to have them, whether it's an in-person, a remote, or virtual, something students do on their own, we still need to have that documentation. So, and it needs to be kept with all of your other Gear Up documentation, just like normal. So that's not changing. Some good news, some more good news. The volunteer rate went way up. So it's now $33.02. And that was the rate for 2019. So any match forms that you currently have in your possession that you have not submitted to Buffy yet that would use that volunteer rate, go ahead and use that rate effective immediately. And the coordinator manual online has been updated to reflect that change. Also, we made a very minor change to the expenditure detail form. That's one of the forms required for your reimbursement. And we just changed a column to say name of activity in the portal. It now says name of activity in your work plan or portal. So for example, if there's something that isn't in the portal, like program consumables, that's what you would put in that column. So it's a little minor detail, very small change, but what we're trying to do is easily identify the expense as it aligns with your work plan. And so we're just trying to make that connection. So if you use that column in that way, it'll be really easy for Buffy to know where that expense came from. The next couple of items are for travel. I don't know if we'll have travel this year, but one of the things that we just constantly struggle with getting from some of you is the travel times. And so just for the last 12 years, the rule has been depart and return times need to be on any travel form or on the expenditure detail form if it's not on your travel form. So we have to know depart and return times for every trip, for every person, every single time. And when it's not there, Buffy has to do that follow-up to get that information from you. And sometimes you're not the traveler, it's harder to get. And the rule has been for quite some time, if the travel times aren't there, we're just not going to reimburse it. And given the challenges of remote work, we're just going to say that from now on, if that information is missing, we're going to follow the policy that we've had in place for quite some time, and we're not going to reimburse it, and you can resubmit it correctly the next month or when you have that information. So Buffy has a really hard time saying no to people and sometimes about this, and does a lot of follow-up. So we've talked about it, and we're going to stick to that just because of the time it takes to get that. So in the event you have any travel on your reimbursement, please remember that we need that information in order to get your school district's money back. Then carpooling, we put this into practice last year. So just as a reminder, 1 car for every 3 people. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to spend a bunch of money on mileage if we don't have to. There are certainly times that we need to make exceptions to that, and you just need to ask me for permission before you do that. So again, we're not really sure what travel is going to look like. In the event that we have travel, we will remind you of those things as we normally do. Did I see there's a question? Are we okay?
We're good.
Okay, thanks. Incentives. So incentives were really different this year because we've all been working remotely just like you, and we can't go into the office. No one is there to accept shipments. So all the incentives were shipped directly from the vendor this time and didn't come to us. They've already started shipping out, so hopefully someone is at your school to accept those. I also had to make a lot of adjustments to your requests. Just because of minimum order requirements, cost was a factor. I had a limited budget to spend. So for most of you, you're not going to get exactly what you asked for. So I did my very best. You're getting a little bit of everything you asked for, probably, but we hope that it will meet your needs. We added 1 new item. It's a little foam graduation cap. It's a little stress ball kind of item. So if you submitted an order, you're getting some of those. And then we did not order backpacks. Backpacks are really expensive, and we didn't feel like we needed them during remote learning. If it turns out that we're back in school and you do have a strong need for backpacks, we can revisit that later in the year, and it's possible that I could do an order later. If you did not submit an incentive order, then I'm sorry, but you're probably not going to get anything. I might have some things left in our inventory in the office, and I may be able to ship those out later this month. But if you didn't submit an order for this year, we're not able to fulfill anything at this time. If you have any concerns about someone not being available to accept shipments to your building, I need to know that today, please. So if your building's completely closed and no one's there to receive goods, then please let me know today, if at all possible.
Can I add something really quickly, Marcy?
Yeah.
So for 12th year campaign, for our resources that you order from 12th year, we'll be shipping those 1 day a week this year. So, and it's really critical that we have an address where someone is going to be there, because I just found out that if we have an address that they have to change or do repeated deliveries to, they're charging us $14 per change. And so it really eats away at our budget for 12th year. So you can still order your materials. It's just going to ship a little bit slower. 1 day a week we'll be shipping.
Okay. Any other questions? Looks like there's some good tips about how to deal with travel times. Thank you for those ideas. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to, let's see, Beth, did you cover all these already? Or do you need to do that now?
I think we covered a lot of these.
Beth, are you on?
We do have a
I'm sorry,
question.
I was muted. Yeah, I can just talk really, since we are short on time, I'll just talk briefly. You'll get this PowerPoint. These are some of the new resources. Again, check out the website. The college and university COVID updates, that has the status of all the institutions in Washington, if they're remote or not. So that could be useful when, if you're supporting any students who are transitioning to college, or you're trying to plan a virtual tour or whatnot. And then I have a couple new handouts. One is on what schools are ACT, SAT optional for this year, and what are the pros and cons of not taking it, even if it's not required. And then gap year information is another new handout. So take a look at the website. There's some new resources, and I'll continue to promote them in the bulletin.
And then I think the only other question was related to National Gear Up Week. So yes, National Gear Up Week is still a thing. It's still happening on the same dates. And that's an area that you'll probably need to think about how you can revise that. So if everyone could try to do one activity for National Gear Up Week, that would be great. Am I still sharing the screen, or did I mess it up?
You're still sharing it. The toolkit is on our website, and a lot of the activities could easily be adapted for a virtual platform. So I would take a look through the toolkit. I think that many are items that you could figure out how to morph.
All right, so next up is Yokiko. I have my screen so messed up right now, I can't do anything. But you guys can still see it, right?
We can still see it.
Okay, go ahead, Yokiko. Thanks for being here.
Okay. And did you want me to share my screen? Because I have the presentation up on my side.
Is it not the same as mine?
Well, you haven't advanced to the next slide yet. I just want to make sure. Or at least I can't see if you have.
Is this it?
Let's see. I still can't see it.
This is the one I have. Beth, can you see my slide?
Yeah, you're not doing it. Can you just stop sharing your screen?
What am I not doing? Okay. All right.
Okay. So, my name is Yokiko. If you haven't met me before, I'm the only Yokiko you're going to meet who works at WASAC. I work with the College Bound team, and I'm here to let you guys know some of the bigger updates for College Bound. So first and foremost, I don't want to assume everybody knows what College Bound is. I would hope you do, but if you don't, you can always contact me. We have more time after. But College Bound is a state form of financial aid that students apply for in middle school and then retain their eligibility status by meeting requirements in high school, and then they access it once they're at their post-secondary institution. So super simple in theory. And so I have some updates that are really important for you guys to know. First, there is a deadline exception. What is that deadline exception? It's most crucial for your students that were 8th graders in the 2019-2020 academic year. So those students need to be mindful that their application deadline to complete is not August 31st. So it's not at the end of this month, it is at the end of November. If you want to see the official statement that we put out, it's on the Ready Set Grad website. It's on collegebound.wa.gov. You can access it there. So what's really important too is that those handful of 9th grade students who were eligible in the very first cohort of 9th grade students who could complete a College Bound application also have the same deadline exception. If you want to see more detail about what deadline goes for what class year, don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, okay? What's different about this year also is that unlike in previous years where we expect folks to be in the building together, seeing their students on a frequent basis, and then we batch up and send missing information letters directly to the schools, this year, because of distance learning, we are doing MILs, or the completion form for College Bound. We're sending them directly to the address that we have in our College Bound system. So those letters will be sent directly to the address that we have. We also now have a high school version of the toolbox. So if you have been working with the College Bound Scholarship for a while, you'll have seen that there is a middle school toolbox, which is where you can track completion rates, look at your students, look and see what's going on. We now have that capacity for high school. So if you're saying, I don't know what deadline goes for what class, that is what this is for. So you'll see for the class of 2023, if they had an existing application from their 9th grade year, they have until November 30th of this year. If they are a student who was in 8th grade last year and didn't get to complete the process just yet, they have until November 30th of this year. If they are a 9th grade student who became eligible for the very first time as a 9th grader, they have until August 31st. They have until August 21st. That's a mistype here. It should be 2021, right? So they have more time. We're going to clear. This is all available. I understand it's confusing to have multiple deadlines, so don't worry. We have your back on that. I understand it's complicated. It was not ideal for us to have multiple deadlines, but that's where we are. So those are the big things about College Bound. If you have questions, you want to follow up with us, our whole suite of resources and information are going to be coming out in the next few weeks. Our website is updated pretty consistently. So if you need information flyers, if you need to get additional resources, you can always check our website. It's updated very frequently. Here I have a slide about OtterBot, which is the texting service that we started last year with the class of 2020, which does different types of texting campaigns across the state. So students who were seniors working to apply for financial aid could text into Otter 24/7, ask all sorts of questions. Otter is artificial intelligence, so it can connect students to the appropriate answers. If the computer doesn't know, it sends it to a human, and then the human gives them the answer. But it's very responsive, it's a fun tool, and it's a great resource to let your students know about. They can text in or opt in. If they're a college-bound senior and we have their phone number on file, we've already started texting the class of 2021 at the end of July. So if you want to double check, make sure your students are connected to us, they can always reach out to OtterBot or reach out to me or Sam Washington, who's my counterpart. But that is all I have about College Bound and OtterBot, because I'm respecting your time. We only have a minute left. Okay? So again, Yokiko, if you have questions, let me know.
Thank you. Can you leave your screen up since you're successfully sharing the PowerPoint and we only have like 3 items left?
You got it.
Question, actually, Yokiko, someone has a question. How does this impact students who may not have, who have not financially qualified at the beginning of the school year, but now qualify? So
when you say students, are you talking about middle school or high school students?
I'm not sure.
So that depends. So if it's a student, because this 9th grade sign up thing is like a whole new ball of wax, yeah, want to put that? So for students before the year of 2019-2020, if they just didn't do it in middle school, they didn't get to do it, right? If they weren't eligible, they couldn't complete it. If they were eligible but didn't do it, they weren't able to access College Bound. Last year was the first year that 9th grade students who weren't eligible in 7th or 8th grade, but now in 9th grade, meet the income requirements that are based in the USDA chart for like free reduced price lunch or any of the other criteria. They could now complete an application within that year. If I'm anticipating for this upcoming cohort of 9th graders, that's going to start end of this month, beginning of the next month, that we may see more students eligible in that 9th grade window than we had before. I don't anticipate it's going to be thousands and thousands of students. I do anticipate that we're going to see a number of 9th grade students who had a change in income who could complete a College Bound application. In any case, if you have concerns or you want to verify if that student is eligible, reach out to the College Bound team. We'd be happy to help you kind of navigate that process.
Okay.
We don't want you to assume.
Can I ask one other question?
the question was about students going into 10th grade. So no, 10th graders, no matter what, they've missed that opportunity, right?
Right, so they miss opportunity for College Bound. However, the Washington College grant is available for those students to potentially access so long as they meet requirements for that as well. So I don't think of it as it's a loss on one or the other, because it just means that some students are accessing aid in middle school and others are accessing it once they get further along into their post-secondary planning. So it's not that it's a absolute loss in terms of like overall dollars to dollars. College Bound does have the $500 book allowance included. That Washington College grant doesn't, but those students are still eligible for other forms of state aid, but no college bound.
9th grade students who were eligible to sign up last year still have until November to sign up.
30th, yep.
Okay.
One other question.
Yes.
You mentioned the extended deadline in the portal. How would the high school staff see? Because I don't see any applications for 2024. Is that going to show up soon, or do they have to get access to the middle school?
Yeah, that's a thing we're still working out. I don't know if you heard, but the toolbox is fun. And it's brand new. So our IT department is working. It should be live at this point, but some of it has to do with how districts are uploading their FRPL stuff into the system, right? So what's most important is that you're connecting at your school level to double check when that data goes into the system for OSPI to count. So that's really important.
So I know ours is in there from the middle school, but I'm looking at the high school toolbox now. So, because they've transitioned and middle schools and high schools don't talk notoriously.
Right.
So they're not going to know this deadline extended, who didn't apply. I can't see who isn't. So is that something we're going to wait on, or is that a portal upload? Because I know those students are uploaded.
Yeah, so we're going to have more information about the high school toolbox up shortly. So we actually put in the webmaster request to get all that taken care of, and we will have more information outlined in the coming weeks to let folks know, because as you point out, Dave, there is a historical challenge between transition from middle school to high school, and that's something we're trying to work around, particularly with our WACAM partners and our other partners as well.
Dave, there's a trick. There's a trick in the middle school toolbox. It only shows 25, 26 on the home screen. But if you click on your individual school, you can see class of 2024.
So I don't have access to the middle school toolbox. Neither will any of the other high school counselors. So having done this work before, any roadblock will be a reason for them just to not do it. So I'm trying to troubleshoot.
That's why we tell the Gear Up folks, so you can help make sure that happens. So, all right.
Okay. So being mindful of people's time, we're going to just review the final couple slides. If Yokiko, if you wouldn't mind advancing. Christina, can you touch on how people can find out more information and get support about the Financial Aid Advising Day?
Yeah, so this will be the first year where Financial Aid Advising Day is a new requirement that high schools will have to provide information, as well as typically an event to help students with financial aid. So that to inform students and their families about financial aid, and we're here to help with it. So we're going to do 12th year sponsored events that you can have, that you can sign up for and co-sponsor those events. We have new materials available to you, but there is going to be that kind of ask with Financial Aid Advising Day, especially if you are working with seniors this year. And we're just here to help with it. So when you see that information out there about college or about Financial Aid Advising Day, don't worry. We'll help you with it. We've got a good plan going, and we got some new resources for you too.
We'll be sure to put that in the bulletin so people can stay updated on how they can kind of fulfill that requirement, and how we can get you that support. So,
and I'm happy to do any sort of support work. If you want to have a meeting with me to talk about what your school wants to do, whatever you need, just reach out.
That sounds great. Yokiko has disappeared, and we are okay. So thank you, Yokiko. Lastly, I just want to do a little shout out to some of the upcoming events. So I would strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you all to sign up for the Wisher Fall High School Counselor Virtual Workshop. As some of you know, Wisher usually has regional in-person workshops every fall where you hear updates from OSPI, the State Board of Community and Technical Colleges, COP, all of the alphabet soup. Anyways, this year, because of COVID, they're going virtual, so that's super exciting. And so they have 2 options, either the 15th or the 17th, but you will find out so much information about what's going on campus, changes to graduation requirements or whatnot. I mean, it is a really, really great event, and because it's virtual, I would definitely encourage folks to sign up for that. And then again, I would encourage you to check out the NACAC and PNACAC virtual college fairs. And then a little save the date, we are planning on having Gear Up West as a 1-day virtual event, and I believe Laura will be back to do a lunchtime keynote, and our opener is tentatively Dr. Chan Hellman, who's going to talk on hope science, so kind of tying in all of this information. And then the presentations are going to be a more on providing virtual services and feature best practices from around the country. So save the date for that, more information to come. And in the chat box, you'll see the link to the post-event survey that I need you all to take. And I think that concludes our slides. If Marcy wants to perhaps wrap this up in a more sophisticated way than I am able to do so.
Yeah, that's me. Well, I just want to say thank you. This was a huge group effort for sure. You know, I think as we know, we always hear back from all of you that the thing you appreciate the most is hearing from each other. So while this wasn't as interactive as we would have liked it to have been if we were in person, especially in person in Leavenworth, we hope that it provided some great resources for you, and just huge appreciation to everyone for participating today, and especially to everyone who presented. Thank you for the extra effort you put into your participation today. And that there's a request to put the WNAC links in the chat, please. The PNACAC and the NACAC, and then that'll be in the bulletin too. I think that was all in the bulletin today. So if you look at today's bulletin, you'll have everything you need for those events. So we're going to stop. We're 10 minutes over. We'd love to hear your plus EBI. So if you haven't been in a workshop with us before, the plus means what did you really like? The EBI is it would be even better with. So if you have just a minute to put your comments related to that in the chat, I would love to see that. I'm sure this is not going to be our last Zoom workshop, so we'd appreciate your feedback. And then of course we'll look at the survey, but just if you have a quick comment, would love to see it. Thank you, everyone. I miss you terribly. It's really great to see you, even if it's on a screen. So we're thinking of you. Please ask for help. We're here to support you. We'll be waiting to hear how school opening goes. Thank you.
Just FYI, Laura's workshop is going to be on September 29th. I'm putting it in the, but I will keep you posted. She's going to have a follow-up webinar for us.
Thanks, Beth. And if anybody has any private questions, I'll stay on for a couple minutes if anybody has anything that they want to talk about.
Marcy, should we wait till September 1st to use funding to attend the counselor meeting, fall counselor meetings?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Honestly, if you have money in year 3 still, go ahead and spend it to register for that. That's fine. Got that, Buffy? Or wait till September 1 if you don't have money now. And we'll consider that part of your Gear Up Pro Dev money. So if you don't have it in your budget, it's completely okay to sign up for it and go ahead and register without doing a budget revision.
And I can send this PowerPoint out to everyone so it has the embedded links, and we can send out the recording as well.
Great. Yeah, who's in charge of ending the recording and making sure that happens?
Christina and me.
Thank you. All right,
you,
so
guys.
if
It was
there's nothing
great.
more, you can go ahead and leave, or you can leave some comments, or as I said, I'll hang out here a little bit longer.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys. It was great. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Good seeing
Amber.
ya.
Thanks
All
for
our
the
best to
Mac
Diva
link.
too.
Yes.
Miss you guys.
Yeah,
Miss ya.
it's hard.
It's crazy. I'm done. I'm ready for it to be over.
Yeah.
As much
We're
as I
just getting
miss.
started, Amber.
No. I can't handle, I mean, it's one thing to stay at home. It's another thing to not be able to go to work and see my kids and
Yeah.
also no sports. I mean, I'm a huge sports person, so with no sports, it's killing me
Yeah.
as much as it's killing my child.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, well, hopefully we'll get there soon.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Get back with our kids. All
Yeah.
right. Bye, guys. Take care.
Hang in there.
Bye.
Lisa, I like the haircut. Oh, she just went away. She has a nice haircut going on.
Yeah. How are you doing, Brittany?
I don't know if she can hear you.
Did you ask how I'm doing?
Yeah.
Good. I just typed something, but yeah, we were supposed to go back to school 4 days a week. And so I thought my daughter's going to school, I'm going to school. And then the whole community freaked out. And the health department said, no, neither district can return to school.
Yeah.
But I found out today that the kids have to stay home, but the staff has to go to work, but the staff can't have children. And I'm a single parent, so I'm going to address this privately to see how we work around this.
Yeah.
I'm noticing that with a lot of, not just in our state, but even out of state, where people are having to be in person, like in their buildings, but they are trying to figure out how do I juggle childcare?
Yeah.
How do we juggle our own safety in buildings?
Yeah, we don't have childcare, but I talked to a principal in district and she said, yeah, kids can stay home, but staff has to go to school without them. And I don't know how that's possible. So that's what I'm navigating personally.
Yeah.
But I just think as long as I can do some of this virtual, if there's some flexibility, then
yeah,
I'll be fine. But today's meeting was really helpful because I didn't know how I was going to transition to virtual and be successful. So I think a lot of today was really helpful.
Good.
Good.
Good. Well, it's good to see you.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Bye.